Yo, welcome in, everybody. What's up? What's up? I think I got everything opened up and everything. I was getting some last minute stuff set up. I'm trying to dual stream. So we'll see how that goes. But so I have to get all my tabs rearranged and all that. You know how it is. Alright, so I've got a Google Doc here. And we've got the currently confirmed list of available Pokemon Champions Pokemon. Thanks to Cerebi.net. I'm not sure how precisely they have this information. You can reverse engineer, just look at the trailers, probably some of the previews from creators that were able to play the game early. As we know, all those videos went live, a bit ago. And it just shares, their initial thoughts and impressions, which is pretty cool. So shout out to all of them for showing off the game early. And I'm really looking forward to learning from them as well. I want to, and I don't recommend this to anyone else, what I'm about to do. I don't have, so just for those of you who aren't familiar, Pokemon Champions. Yo, we got the resub from Invoker. 24 months. 2 years. Thank you so much, Invoker. I can't believe it's been that long. How you been? We're on the dawn of a new era. Pokemon Champions literally comes out next week. I forgot it was so soon. I thought I would have more time to get a Switch too, so I could stream it all nice and pretty for y'all. We might have to do low budget Switch 1 streams. Good. That's great to hear. Yo, what happened to the tunes? Where's my tunes, bro? There we go. Anyway. So, Pokemon Champions is the new Pokemon VG client, okay? Instead of having to buy Scarlet and Violet, play through the story, catch all your Pokemon in the wild, raise them up using funky Pokemon breeding shenanigans and held items and this, that, and the other thing. They're making it so that you can just get Pokemon, just use a slider. You can just go down a list and say you have this move, you have that move, you have that move. Your stats are maxed out, your IVs are perfect. I'm just trying the new Riot CCG, but online. I ain't buying cards. Yeah, I did see that there's a web browser client, and I think that there's also the tabletop simulator version, which is technically allowed based on Riot's guidelines. As long as actions are all done manually and nothing is taken care of automatically by the computer, then it's like a valid third-party program. But yeah, I haven't seen Riftbound for sale at all physically, like in person in any card shop I've ever gone to. And whenever I am, curious to check the prices, they're always ridiculous. When the Rumble starter deck was like released and I was like, oh shit, they're adding Rumble to the game, I can play Mecha Yordles. Used to be one of my favorite subtypes and tribes in Runeterra. This seems dope. And then the Rumble starter deck was like $45 or something. I was like, psh, never mind. Yeah, the cards are crazy. Kaisa's broken. I know that Kaisa's been very, very strong since like base set. I know apparently according to the conventional wisdom, like high level, mostly Mo, was saying that Kaisa is just a very strong deck that plays good cards on rate. And if you are playing well, you don't get run down by their good stats. So that's why it was so ridiculous set one. And as players got better at the game, better at deck building, better at knowing their decision trees, etc. The deck fell off a little bit, but I know that it's still decently good, right? And the general opinion from what I see on Riftbound is that, you know, skilled players are still winning very consistently. But Mogwai was saying, yeah, you know, I built this Ahri deck in order to counter the meta and counter Draven, and now that they banned Draven, it makes my deck bad. So that's another side effect of bans that, you know, that can happen, is like, oh, I was actually farming the best deck in the game secretly, and now my good matchup is gone. But that would happen eventually anyway. Like, if you have the secret deck that beats one of the best decks in the game, eventually when word gets out, everybody's going to jump on it, and then your good matchup gets driven to extinction. But anywho, Pokemon Champions, you no longer need to go buy Scarlet and Violet, this, that, and the other. You can do Pokemon Champions, and it's connected with a program called Pokemon Home. And Pokemon Home is basically the PC storage system that exists in the Pokemon games as its own thing, where you can transfer Pokemon from other games. Any Pokemon game that's compatible with Pokemon Home can then be used to transfer your Pokemon from those games and then into Pokemon Champions. So Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Legends ZA are all compatible with Pokemon Home to be a delivery system for either your current Pokemon collections to be transferred to Pokemon Champions. So all of your teams and stuff you've already built, you just bring those Pokemon in immediately. However, if you do not have any of the other games or Pokemon Home, Pokemon Champions has an in-game Pokemon recruitment system where you go to the recruitment ranch and it spins a carousel and you get offered 10 Pokemon, and you can choose one of them to recruit to your roster either temporarily for free, or you pay the in-game currency that you earn victory points to add it to your team permanently. Now, here's the thing. You can only choose one out of those 10, even if all 10 of them are amazing. 2, the recruitment you can only do once per day, as I said. Yo, welcome back, Yami Geist. Good to see you. And you can spend victory points to roll again. Like, if you're really on the hunt for a specific Pokemon to complete your squad and you have a bunch of victory points, you can just use that to roll over and over again. I don't know if there is duplicate protection. You know, there's Pokemon that can be built in several different ways and serve several different roles across multiple teams. And I speculated about this the last time we had a Pokemon Champions discussion, where can you save presets? Think of it like this. You also use your victory points to change your Pokemon's ability, change its moves, alter its stats, okay? And I can kind of understand that if you're tweaking stats by a few points, it doesn't matter. I think that it might be, and the other thing I need to talk about is for Pokemon Champions, do you pay to unlock the moves permanently and then you can swap them out as you see fit? Or do you pay per move to assign it to the Pokemon? You know what I mean? Because that means that if you're tweaking your Pokemon back and forth to play on 2 different teams, or if you're experimenting with a bunch of different moves and you aren't sure what your moveset or your ability is going to be, you're going to spend a lot of victory points just jumping back and forth, which doesn't make any sense. I feel like it would be more beneficial to just have it be a one-time fee and then you can change it for free. You know what I mean? Duplicate protection in my gacha game? No way. But that's what I mean. If it's going to be a pain in the ass to change my, you know, Pokemon's moveset back and forth depending on different squads, then I would rather just have 2 of that Pokemon and then have the defensive one and the offensive one, or Team A, Team B. You know what I mean? Because in Scarlet and Violet, that's how it works, right? If I if I decide that I need to alter my Pokemon stats, I can't just lower one stat and increase the other. I have to start from scratch and get a fresh one. It's easy to change moves, but not abilities or your natures, that sort of thing. And in Scarlet and Violet, that was always a huge pain in the ass. If you wanted to make a last-minute change or a very small tweak, the implications of making those changes on a Pokemon were massive. And so Pokemon Champions does address that issue, but I don't know if they're going to go as far as I would like them to go in terms of quality of life and tweakability of a Pokemon, if that's a thing, especially because you only have 30 slots on your roster by default. That's going to be huge. That's going to be very, very restrictive for most hardcore video game players. When you think of, especially content creators, the wide variety of Pokemon and teams they're going to want to build and try and showcase, or just players that want to try all kinds of stuff. Their favorite YouTuber built a team and they're like, oh man, I want to try this team out. It looks super strong. It looks super fun. And you've got 30 slots to work with. I'm glad I totally could get my AZ Floette without beating the ZA game through the global trade system. AZ's Floette is the new Furfrou now. Oh, it's just like a Pokemon with a exclusive look that's very hard to get. And so it would be really annoying if there's no duplicate protection on the recruitment ranch, where you get offered Pokemon that you already have. So I imagine AZ's Floette is exclusive to ZA. Yeah, it's that blue. It's the blue one, right? And it can become a Mega Floette. That's dope. There's probably going to be people that are going to be like starting up new Legend ZA files and then like speed running to get the Floette and just try to throw them out into the trade system. I don't know if Floette is going to be in Pokemon Champions. There's like, right now, this roster on Cerebi, I think I saw a YouTube video or something where they said that there's like nearly 200 Pokemon confirmed. And so that is a lot to pick from. But I'm not sure if every single Mega will be A, present in the game, B, legal for tournament play, C, that's the thing, is like, every single Pokemon that is in Pokemon Champions won't necessarily be part of the, it's called a regulation, right? That's the format that official events and tournaments and regionals, etc., and worlds are going to be held under. And right now, we're in Regulation I, which is my team is Miraidon, and then I send it out and I one-shot a Pokemon that's in front of me. Creates a very, very volatile game state. Cerebi doesn't post leaks officially since Black and White game announcement. Yeah, there's no, like, these aren't leaked. These are just confirmed available Pokemon. So I imagine that this comes from people who tried the game early, or just reverse engineering from Pokemon Home, or from Pokemon Legends ZA, or something like that. I don't know who Cerebi's sources are, but from what I understand, Cerebi is they're like a certified source, if that makes sense. Because there's all kinds of info that people are data mining and trying to figure out what Mega Pokemon get new abilities. The overview trailer that was posted on YouTube revealed that Mega Meganium gets a new ability called Mega Sol, and Feraligatr gets Dragon Eyes. I remember when Black and White was announced, all the Pokemon Sprite from Black and White got leaked early and was posted on Cerebi. It was crazy. And that's the thing too, right? Yeah, it probably, that would make total sense that the Pokemon Company would flag it. And Cerebi, in exchange for allowing to operate the way they do need to play by the rules a little bit, which I appreciate. I know that Poke Beach also had some controversy a long time ago about posting like leaks. So that there is still a lot of information about how the Pokemon recruitment system actually works and how tweaking stats actually works. Based on the preview videos I watched, you're still using your victory points to edit your Pokemon, but I'm not sure how far that's going to go, especially because certain Pokemon can have sets that aren't just like, oh, I'm tweaking my speed a little bit, I'm tweaking my defense a little bit. They can have very, very different sets where you want one that's like really bulky and defensive and a support, and then you can have a completely different set that's very offensive. Yeah, that is unfortunate. But yeah, video game leaks are always sad because people are trying to keep this stuff under wraps and people will just post it for a crumb of clout. It happened in Legends of Runeterra, right? Where we had the creator round table, I guess you could call it, where we were able to talk with some of the Runeterra developers and give our feedback about the game and get a preview of upcoming patch notes and card changes they were going to make. And people were just like leaking them. It was super cringe. Because they were like, hey, we are trusting you not to spread this information or post it anywhere. And if you do, then we can't trust you with this anymore and we can't do this anymore. So literally it was like a couple people trying to get some fucking Twitter points, ruined it for everybody. So fuck you, like legit. Whoever you were. I'm still really salty about that. Time to run 6 set play mons and maybe a trick room team. Was it confirmed we can buy spaces or not? That's the other thing. I don't know if it's a one-time fee or if it's, I think it's a subscription. It's like a yearly subscription that gives you your increased box space and stuff. Let me see if I can find it. All right, so Pokemon Champions, rewards and premium bonuses. Yeah, there's cosmetics, blah, blah, blah. There's a battle pass. And they're probably going to do the thing where like there's the free battle pass and then the paid battle pass that everybody does. Premium experience, premium battle pass, yeah. Certain rewards obtained with the premium battle pass, such as Mega Stones, can also be purchased from the shop screen in exchange for victory points. Hit the ground running with the starter pack. The starter pack will make it easier to both obtain and train Pokemon. The starter pack, wasn't it like a... How much was it again? I think it was $10. And that gives you like a bunch of vouchers that you can recruit Pokemon to your roster for free and train them and alter their stuff for free. And then this is the Champions membership. So players with an active membership can store more Pokemon in their box, have more battle teams usable at one time, unlock membership exclusive missions, and unlock membership exclusive battle songs. If they made it a one-time fee, they would probably get more money. I really don't like this membership fee. Don't get me wrong, like if you want to compete in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you already have to pay for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And then the DLC, right? If you want to get Paradox Pokemon and Blood Moon Ursaluna. And you know how it is, even for competing in the Pokemon TCG, you've got to buy cards. and you're like, oh man, like, it's pay to win. Selling BGM is crazy when you can just mute it and play whatever song you want. Especially, you know, for streaming or YouTube, you aren't necessarily going to want to listen to the same in-game battle song. I don't know. This is kind of weird. Have more battle teams usable at one time. So this is, think of this as like deck slots. That's a little cringe. This is going to be the big one, is being able to store more Pokemon in your box. This is fucked. People are going to be, I'm calling it now. People are never going to shut up about how annoying it is to only have 30 slot space. I think that is probably going to be increased. Like the number of, what they're going to have to do is make the free version better and juice up the membership. That's the thing. You can't make the membership the right way to play. You have to make the membership something that, if that makes sense, it has to be something actually premium. You can't just say, aha, pay to have more space, to have more teams and more Pokemon. Are we going to have to pay home and champions? I didn't realize you had to pay for Pokemon Home. Because I've never played VG or anything, so I don't even know how Pokemon Home works. I know that you can transfer Pokemon from Home to Pokemon Champions for free. Tell that to every single membership service? I mean, I guess. You can only have 30 Pokemon on Home if you're not paying it. If we pay, you can have 6,000 Pokemon there. That's crazy. But yeah, they also aren't giving any prices on this tab of the store. I think they posted this before the prices were actually locked in. It was on the trailer, right? What the starter pack price was. Let me refresh my memory. It says that the Pokemon starter pack bundle will be priced at $6. But that's based on the price in yen, 980 yen, which is $6. But I feel like it was confirmed to be more than that. It's like $10. Let me find it real quick, just so I'm not giving you the wrong information.
One Pokemon,
because it's at the end of this trailer, right? They give the starter pack price. It says... So, hang on, let me show you this. It says that the Pokemon Champions and Plus Starter Pack gives you this stuff, where you get increased box space. So, maybe, are they changing it to just an upfront one-time fee? I feel the starter pack, there are two things, the membership and the starter pack. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mind, you know, if they have it where you can buy these, like, training tickets or recruitment tickets, or just pay a fee to get permanently increased box space. But having to maintain a subscription to do all that is definitely not to my taste. And then the battle passes. That's a good question as well. If you have a active membership, do you get the premium battle pass, or do you have to pay a separate thing for the premium battle pass? Because a lot of games do this, where you have the free battle pass, and then there's more rewards if you pay for the premium battle pass. But from what it seems like, there's not too much they can offer outside of stuff that just saves you victory points. Excuse me. So, we'll see what First Contact looks like. But now I want to jump into our main idea of today's stream. I want to just kind of go through some of these Pokemon and pick out some of the ones that jump out to me. I know that Raichu has 2 different Megas now. There's Mega Raichu X and Mega Raichu Y. I'm not sure how strong it is. Alolan Raichu is electric and psychic. And Mega Raichu X and Mega Raichu Y doesn't get a secondary typing. We don't have confirmation on what their abilities are, or if their ability changes whatsoever. But let's look at Raichu's abilities. Yeah, Lightning Rod. So let's start with Raichu. I'm not super drawn to Raichu, but there is maybe a lot of potential with the Alolan form or with the other Mega forms. So I'm going to just kind of keep my eyes peeled for it. For stats, I'm not going to be writing down specific values. They have this little graph here on Cerebi that gives you an idea of where it wants to go. You can see that Raichu is just very fast, balanced, special attack, and attack, which is interesting. Fast, attack, or special attacker. Just tell me the Chikorita line is OP and I'm sold. Yeah, Mega. So Chikorita, they gave Meganium a Mega form now, Mega Meganium, and Mega Meganium has a new ability when it transforms into its Mega form called Mega Sol, where all of its moves act as though it's in heavy sunlight. So it can use Solar Beam immediately without needing to charge. It gets Weather Ball, which Mega Sol turns into a fire move. And if it learns Growth, then you actually get a double special attack raise as opposed to single stage special attack raise. And I think Mega Meganium, I don't remember if Mega Meganium gets Dragon typing or if it remains Mono Grass. I think it remains Mono Grass, but it has potential for just, you know, crazy base boosted grass. So it's a fast attack or special attacker Pokemon. I'm liking Lightning Rod, if I can spell. Lightning Rod redirects electric type moves to it. This is the Pachirisu Gambit, as we all know. And then Static is just kind of... Static is when a physical move makes contact with Raichu, there's a chance that the attacker is paralyzed. Now, Alola has Surge Surfer, where it gets double speed in electric terrain. And I'm not sure what Pokemon sets up electric terrain. And notable moves. We're going to click on Scarlet and Violet. That way I can see the accuracy and the power of these moves. Mega Meganium is Grass and Fairy. Oh, that's exciting. Fairy means that it's immune to Dragon-type moves. So yeah, you could do some outplay potential there, I think. I think Thunder Punch is low-key kind of good. 100 accuracy, 75 base power. Seems fine. Chance to paralyze. Nasty Plot? Now, Nasty Plot is special attack boosting. Spark seems just worse than Thunder Punch. I think it has a higher chance to paralyze. Play Rough Raichu. Play Rough might be good, coverage, right? Because look at this. Thunderbolt. Special. So you can build Raichu as a special or physical attacker. And I imagine that Mega Raichu X versus Mega Raichu Y, one might be more special attack oriented, one might be physical attack oriented. Because this is a thing that they changed a while ago. If you remember, back in Gen 1, you just had the special stat, which was special attack and special defense combined. And moving forward, they split special attack and special defense into separate stats. So that way, Pokemon that hit hard weren't also tanky. But certain types were always calculated using special attack stat, and certain types were always calculated using the regular attack stat. And now they've added the categories where a move can be, you know, can have scaling with attack or special attack for its calculation. And so this kind of blue symbol means it's a special attack move, and then this means it's a physical attack move. And you could maybe have a hybrid coverage set, but that's rare. Doing mediocre damage into everything is not usually, to my understanding, as good as dealing really, really good damage. So the fact that Raichu can learn Nasty Plot is interesting. So, Nasty Plot, Focus Sash. Focus Sash means that if a Pokemon were to be knocked out by an attack, it survives with 1 HP instead. So maybe there's a world where you send out Raichu, because of Focus Sash, you guaranteed get the Nasty Plot, and then you're fast and strong, and then you obliterate the next thing in front of you. Iron Tail gets a Steel type move. Thunder, I've never really liked because it's 70% accurate, but Thunder becomes 100% accurate in Rain. So I could use Thunder as a Rain team counter. If my opponent sends out a Pelipper or something to try to set up Rain, then I can just guaranteed land Thunder on something. My opponent sets up Rain for me. I know a smidgen about VG. So Raichu is, I'm actually kind of cooking here. And if I'm building, yeah, if I'm building special, then Thunderbolt, Thunder seems legit. Yeah, people are, from what I understand, Rain is going to be very, very strong. It usually, it's one of those early format, just good-ass teams. You know, you set up Rain for free with Pelipper, it's got Tailwind, then you've got Swift Swimmers on your team, and you're just doing stuff. And the current vibe is Rain plus Electroshot Archaludon. Hmm. Brick Break. I wonder, like, if Mega Raichu X is some sort of physical attack monstrosity, I wonder if we can do, like, a physical Raichu. Thunder Punch, Brick Break. I feel like we'll see a lot more weather setters than usual. Yeah, definitely. Because teams aren't going to be optimized, so you don't get punished as hard for setting up weather when your opponent's team can't just one-shot your stuff. Also learns Reflect and Light Screen. That's kind of crazy. You can make a really defensive Raichu with Reflect, Light Screen, Thunder Wave. This is kind of crazy. I've never, like, investigated a Pokemon's move pool like this. This is fun. Alola Raichu also gets Psychic coverage, right? Because it is part Psychic. So I wonder if defensive Raichu is better in Alola form. Physical Raichu sounds like hell versus other physical teams because you literally can't touch him. Isn't Close Combat just broken? Let me see. Does it learn Close Combat? Did I scroll past it? I saw Brick Break. And the thing, too, is these moves might be changed. Volt Tackle. So I don't know if Volt Tackle, do you have to charge? Volt Tackle before it goes off? I don't think there would be terrain moves on launch. Okay. Terrain setting is a very Scarlet and Violet thing, right? I don't know if we've confirmed that Indeedee is going to be in. Because I know that that was like a big thing, right? Setting up Psychic terrain and then doing like AoE Psy spam. Pretty sure Volt Tackle is instant. So we could just build physical Raichu and just delete stuff. So we have anti-weather Nasty Plot Thunderbolt, like Nasty Plot Thunder Raichu. Potentially support Reflect Light Screen Thunder Wave Raichu, and then just physical delete button Raichu. Okay. This remains to be seen if this is good, but I'm just jotting down some initial notes. So that's already a lot of value just by maybe adding Raichu to the squad. So, Arcanine, another Pokemon that has a regional variant. Delete button Raichu that wins 1v1 versus physical Pokemon because of static. Yeah, like if they use a physical move on you or a contact move, you just All right, so let me hang on a second. What I should have done is I need to make a bunch of blanks here. Okay. So next up, we've got Arcanine. I know that regular Arcanine is fire. Arcanine is fire rock. Hisuian is rock. So, Hisuian Arcanine, you know, you get maybe some extra defensive bulk by being rock type. It's a double-edged sword. You resist normal. Rock resists normal, flying, bug. But then you become weak to steel, fighting, ground. Ugh. You quad resist rock. You're neutral to grass. I feel like just fire is better. Yeah. Hisuian Arcanine, from what I understand, is actually pretty decent as like a knockoff, you know, low budget Incineroar. But spoiler alert, Incineroar's in Pokemon Champions. So maybe just Cantonian Arcanine is best. So if we look at the stats on Arcanine, what's he up to? Well-rounded attacker. Also special. Now, one of Arcanine's best abilities is Intimidate, of course. When it comes into play, it lowers the attack power of your opponent's Pokemon. And I know that this is a really, really important move in competitive Pokemon because it activates every time that Pokemon comes into play, and it stacks. So Flash Fire is also cute. And if it's hit by a damaging fire type move, its fire type attacks get boosted specifically. And it's also immune to fire type attacks. Now, what's interesting here is it's not a stat boost, it's a direct multiplier for fire type moves. So this works even if Arcanine is using physical or special fire type moves. And in Pokemon VG, you can attack your own Pokemon. There's friendly fire there. So maybe some sort of like gimmick boost, Flash Fire. Your opponent's going to know immediately what's up as soon as the Arcanine comes into play and they don't get intimidated. They're going to know. But let's look at the move pool. We like Extreme Speed. I think this is kind of one of Arcanine's claim to fame moves. It's just a solid, accurate, priority, normal type move. So Extreme Speed is physical, so we go physical attack, Extreme Speed. And what's interesting about it, Extreme Speed is it's like double priority move. So even if your opponent uses something like Quick Attack that would make it move first, Extreme Speed always will go first. Play Rough is cool. I can't spell. Play Rough, Fairy type, physical, Dragon coverage, Fire Fang. Seems it has like pretty low base power. It's only 95% accurate. Howl is interesting. Howl? AoE. Attack boost. So then maybe we get like an Arcanine Raichu duo going on. Crunch, solid dark type coverage. Yeah, wow, really good type coverage. So we've got dragon coverage, psychic coverage. What fire move do I want? We've got Flare Blitz, which is, again, just a big recoil delete button kind of move, 120 base power. The Hisuian Arcanine gets, like, Rock Slide and stuff. There's also Takedown, which I don't really like. Thunderfang is cute. Helping Hand? That's kind of crazy. Giga Impact. Yeah, so here it is. Yeah, Arcanine learns Close Combat. And also Double Edge. I guess it kind of depends on how much damage you're trying to output. Raging Fury? Fire type Outrage. Endgame Sweep. Is it automatic? I don't think you get to pick your target. They just hit stuff. It could be a strong idea, though, for in-game sweep. Like, you press and it just happens every other turn. Yeah, the Raging Fury. I wonder if that's too cringe. I don't think you can hit friendlies with Raging Fury. But I'm wondering if you could set up a specific game state where everything your opponent has doesn't resist fire, and you just click Raging Fury, and the damage output is just insane. And then it's 2 to 3 turns before the user becomes confused. So you intend the game to be over within the next couple rounds of combat. Because, like, max attack and just leaning into extreme speed to snipe stuff does seem pretty good. Because the idea, too, is you could use extreme speed to break Focus Sash or Multiscale. Those sorts of abilities that only activate when the Pokemon is at full HP. And then your partner Pokemon can clean it up afterwards. Is extreme speed... Does extreme speed move before Fake Out? And I'm thinking maybe something like extreme speed plus quick attack equals priority KO. Like Raichu. I'm thinking of Arcanine Raichu as just a really offensive duo. And Raichu does learn quick attack. So I'm wondering if I could, like, stack that priority where Arcanine goes in with extreme speed and then Raichu goes in with quick attack, and it's a priority. We move first, that Pokemon is gone. Fake Out beats out extreme speed? Oh my god, I didn't know that. Damn. Okay. So it's actually really hard to set this up. I bet. And Fake Out is so ubiquitous. Any Pokemon that can learn Fake Out, you just do it because it's basically free chip damage. All right, that's good to know. Yeah, Heidi's adorable. Who's up next? I want to investigate maybe Slowbro. I know that Slowbro is low-key kind of good. Has a Mega form. We don't know what Mega Slowbro is going to look like. You get like amnesia. You can be really tanky. I don't know if I want to play around with Slowbro. I'll do some research later. He's not my all-time fave. Starmie is on my radar. We'll come back to Starmie. I said that I might want to mess around with Aerodactyl. Let's see what Aerodactyl's looking like. If I could spell. Aerodactyl. Rock flying. So, notes. I know that Aerodactyl is supposed to be one of the fastest Pokemons. I don't know if that is still true to this day. But I mean... Speed plus attack. So people will do like Aerodactyl speed attack rock slide spam. What abilities does Aerodactyl get versus Mega Aerodactyl? Rockhead does not receive recoil damage from recoil move. Pressure. Hidden ability is Unnerve. The opponent's Pokemon will not be able to use their held berry while in battle. So, Mega Aerodactyl doesn't get a new ability as far as we are aware. It just keeps its current ability. Rockhead? No recoil seems interesting. But do you get any recoil moves is the thing. I'm not really feeling this move pool. Is it literally just fast rock slide? Unga Bunga. The thing about Aerodactyl is it just dies to freeze-dry Pokemon, and that's besides the possibility of Froslass being quite prevalent. Yeah, I think Aerodactyl might actually be mid. I might have overestimated it. Dragonite, of course, is Dragonite. And Dragonite also is a very well-rounded Pokemon for the squad. I know he's the poster child of balance teams, also learns extreme speed. So let's think about Dragonite a little bit. I know his ability is multi-scale, where if his HP is full, it takes reduced damage. Does its holy form add anything fancy to it? I don't think we have any confirmation about Mega Dragonite. I think it just keeps its multi-scale ability, whatever's on there. I don't think it gets a new unique ability. And this is all subject to change. But the thing about Dragonite is it just has crazy coverage. Wow, look at that attack stat. My God. Attack plus special defense.
Does that mean you didn't put it in the campaign? No, I did. Too much.
We'll just say attack plus bulk. So we have to click Scarlet and Violet. And this is what people will do, is they'll run like Roost so they can heal, and then they can keep making use of multi-scale. And so you kind of just use this as a... You could... Dragon Tail is also really interesting. Being able to force a switch. I wonder if that has any sort of utility. I'm going to write it down. The Pokemon that comes out is random. But we'll see. There's also Dragon Dance set up because of multi-scale, right? And then it's like Dragon Dance plus coverage moves. Aqua Tail. Only 90% accurate. I wonder if we can do better than that. Body Slam. I don't know how good Body Slam is. I'm thinking of Heavy Duty Press, which is the move that has scaling with the Pokemon's defense stat, I believe it is. But maybe you go super, super bulky and you just fish for paralysis with Body Slams. I wonder. Because you also get the Punch Trio, Fire, Thunder, and Ice Punch. Yeah, it also learns Body Press. That's the one I was thinking of. I think I called it Heavy Duty Press, but it's Body Press. Ice Spinner. The user covers its feet in thin ice and twirls around, slamming into the target. The move's spinning motion destroys terrain. Ice Spinner. Anti-Dragon. Because Dragon is super effective against Dragon, so having an ice move doesn't really matter for Dragonite. I wonder if we ever will need anti-terrain technology. Earthquake? Now, Earthquake hits everybody, even friendlies. So, we have to combine Dragonite with a Pokemon that is immune to Earthquake or something like that. So, we'll have to take notes later. Having ice means you should beat out rock types, maybe? That is true. That does give me a really strong move versus rock types that might be trying to hit me with... Like in the trailer, they show Rhyperior using Rock Slide. So having Ice Spinner to quad a Rhyperior or something does seem pretty sick. And then all I would have to do is make sure that I'm faster. Anti-terrain... Anti-rock. Confirm minimum speed investment. This should be going down in the additional notes, I think. But Draco Meteor is also insane, but 90% accuracy, scary. Scale Shot. This user attacks by shooting scale. So I think that Loaded Dice Scale Shot is also a pretty standard set. I haven't really talked about held items at all. Just a classic. Also gets extreme speed. Aqua Jet is a priority move as well. I'm thinking about what dragon type move I would want to use. Dragon Pulse is kind of fine. Dragon Tail is also 90% accurate, but if I had some sort of gimmick with swapping out my opponent's Pokemon, especially the thing too with Dragon Tail is when you force switch a Pokemon, it loses its like stat boosts. So if my opponent is trying to use a setup Pokemon, then I do have some counterplay there with Dragon Tail. I'll just put good type coverage. Because it seems like Dragonite just has good stuff. Dragon Claw seems pretty solid. 80 base power, physical, 100% accuracy. If you don't want to go for Draco Meteor or Outrage. I'm so used to special attack built Dragonites with Stab Draco Meteor, so this is already throwing me for a loop. Yeah, Draco Meteor is special. I do have to realize that Dragonite is really well-rounded, has very good special attack, but is just more attack weighted, so you could do both. I'll put it in my notes, can be built special. So I think having a Dragonite on your roster is just going to give you a lot of strong utility for filling out a role. Oh, do I need another physical attacker? Do I need a special attacker? All right, hang on. Who else we got? Heracross. Heracross is one of my favorites. Let's see what Heracross can do. So we'll click Gen 9 decks. Scarlet and Violet move pool. The thing is, the reason I'm not using the Legend ZA move pool is that moves in Legend ZA behave differently because it's a different combat system. So the moves that Pokemon learn are more based around that battle system and aren't necessarily reflective of how they're supposed to perform in VG. Same thing like how Pokemon and Pokemon Go kind of learn pretty oddball moves sometimes because of the way the combat system in that game works. I'll say combines with support for Dragon Dance stuff. Again, like the screen Thunder Wave Raichu. You paralyze your opponent's team and then they can't outspeed Dragonite and he just annihilates. Maybe something like that. Let's look at Heracross. Wow, no special attack whatsoever. I think this is pretty decent speed, right? 85? We don't care that he doesn't have special attack. Attack, special defense, surprisingly decent speed. And we have to keep track of what Pokemon are going to be using special attacks on us so we can try to tank them with Heracross. So, let's look at the abilities. Swarm increases the power of bug-type moves. Guts, attack is increased by 50% when induced with a status. Ooh. Guts. Plus, what do they call it? What's it called? Flame Orb that people do? Where it's an item that burns you and activates Guts. It's like an Ursaluna strat. Moxie. Attack is raised by 1 stage when the Pokemon knocks out another Pokemon. Moxie. Guts Flame Orb? That's kind of insane, right? Flame or Toxic Orb Heracross. And what's also cool is in Pokemon, you can't stack certain status ailments together. So if I'm burned, I can't be poisoned and vice versa. All right, so let's look at our move pool. Aerial Ace. They introduced this move in Gen 3, and it was just like a solid move. Now, Heracross is fighting in Bug. Quad weak to flying, weak to fire. Resist Psychic because of the Bug typing. Weak to fire. I think it's actually going to be pretty hard to find the right spot for Heracross, but I think maybe if I can do it, then I'm, like, actually insane. We've got Brick Break. I don't think Light Screen and all of that is going to be insanely common. Throat Chop. Ooh, Throat Chop. So we've got some Dark type. Mega Horn. Man, I wish this was more accurate. Close Combat also. Learns Close Combat. Do we get any other good Bug type moves other than Mega Horn? Pounce. Lowers the target's speed. Interesting. Pounce. I've never heard of this move before. Pounce. Bug type. Speed control. Could be kind of cheeky. You build a super bulky Heracross, and then you're just using Pounce to lower the speed of the targets, and you're setting up for one of the other faster Pokemon to start sweeping. Just getting a bunch of chip damage with Pounce and then other good moves. There's even Rock Tomb, which does the same thing, but it's only 95% accurate, which is negligible. Bulk Up. Learns Rest and Sleep Talk. Swords Dance. Iron Defense. Helping Hand. Yeah, maybe some sort of support Heracross? Where you can just use Helping Hand to boost an ally's attack. It's just that with this typing, you're going to get one shot. I think it might be a little bit too difficult to have Heracross stick around for a long time. It's only going to be for certain spots. Bug Buzz is special, so we can't use it. It'll be way too weak. Lunge. Lunge deals a ton of damage and lowers the target's attack stat. Lunge. Strong Bug Stab. Also learns Double Edge. Really taking advantage of the big attack stat. Seismic Toss? Is Seismic Toss gonna be legal? I remember back in the day, you could just build like a giga bulky Pokemon. Because the thing is, Seismic Toss is based on the user's level. But in Champions, Pokemon don't have levels. So I don't think that Seismic Toss will actually be a thing. It's probably better to use Bug over Dark, because you're still hitting Psychic for weakness. But Psychic Pokemon are typically faster than Heracross. So I wonder if, like, max Spadef and HP investment will let Heracross... You'd be neutral to Psychic, right? Let me refresh my memory on the type chart. Because... I know that Bug is super effective against Psychic, but I can't remember if Bug resists Psychic. That's how old I am. I haven't actually... Let me see. Psychic. Psychic is resisted by... No, wait. Psychic... is neutral into Bug. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so we're still weak to Psychic types. If we're doing Guts, Heracross, Facade is great. Where's Facade again? That's also a move that boosts its power when the Pokemon is affected by an attack, a condition. Oh, it's right there. Poison, Burner, Pill. Oh yeah, Facade. Guts, Flame Orb, Facade. And this is also what Ursaluna does to people, so we get to do that with Heracross potentially. That's interesting. Support Hera. Guts, Facade equals Trick Room. Like, Bug type is Bug type. You know what I mean? We're effective against Grass. So... And we also are effective against Dark types. So Heracross maybe has some anti-Mega synergy. People are going to be running a lot of Mega Pokemon like Mega Meganium, Mega Absol, things like that. And then we show up with Heracross. Bug is like, oof, but at least you have fighting. Maybe some sort of hyper bulky Pounce speed control thing. Or we just, yeah, we do Guts, Flame, or Facade. We'll see. Because you send out Heracross and maybe you set up like Iron Defense. And then you're just kind of tanky, maybe with leftovers. Tanky, Iron Defense, leftovers, Pounce, something like that. Guts, Facade, Sleep Talk. If you actually... I don't know how rest works with Flame Orb. Would you temporarily heal your burn by going to sleep and then he reburns himself when he comes back into play if you were to switch? Also learns coaching. Interesting. Some incredibly bizarre moves here. Pull out the Johto Ash with Sleep Talk. Yeah. Mega Heracross doesn't get a new ability, right? I know that when they go Mega, their stats change a little bit, but I'm not sure exactly how that will affect us. But Heracross is one of my favorite Pokemon. I love this guy. So yeah, the Mega Heracross. If it's Mega gets like an insane attack boost or something, or like maybe even more insane bulk, we might build a team around Mega Heracross, Guts Facade. The thing is though, is that if you're holding the Mega Heracrossite or whatever, you can't hold Flame Orb. So we have to do something else to get a status ailment. So we would need a support Pokemon. It would be a different setup then. It wouldn't be Facade. It would just be Guts or Moxie, Mega Heracross Moxie. And then we just run some insane shit like Close Combat and Double Edge, or... what was the other move? Did I hallucinate that? No, there it is. I wrote it down. Double Edge. Yeah. So maybe just Moxie Double Edge. Moxie, Mega Hera, Double Edge. I'm just writing down some crazy ideas here. I'm excited. Sableye, one of my favorites. Now, with Sableye, it's Dark and Ghost type. And what's interesting about Dark and Ghost is that he won't have any weaknesses, right? It's just neutral damage to everything. I'm not sure exactly how useful that is. Yeah, we'll have to figure out Charizard as well. I could definitely see just having a side team of Charizard Sun. If you go Sableye, there's your Trick Room setter. Sableye learns Trick Room? Okay, we're cooking. Hang on a second. Let me look at its stats. Stats. Low, but well-rounded. Support Mon. If you run Mega Hera, wouldn't you want a 5-hit move for its ability? What is Mega Heracross's ability? I thought that Mega Heracross just keeps its base ability. It learns a new ability when it Megas. I hadn't heard that, Ski. Welcome in. Skill Link. Let's look. Skill Link. Maximizes the number of times multi-strike moves hit. Oh, interesting. Moxie, Mega Heracross, Skill Link. So its ability changes to Skill Link. I didn't know that. What multi-hit moves does Heracross get? I saw it gets Arm Thrust, and I was kind of cringing. Oh, yeah, it says right here, Mega Heracross. I'm not entirely sure how to... So there's Bullet Seed, Arm Thrust. Arm thrust. Bullet seed. Rock blast. Pin missile. Now, refresh my memory, Ski, because I am a giga noob. If a multi-hitting move misses, all the hits miss, right? It would be an all or nothing, essentially. Control F. Rock Tomb. Yeah, it does learn Rock Blast. Interesting. Yeah, you need to hit the first hit. Okay. Oh, I didn't see this move, Bug Bite. Bug Bite, anti-berry. That's kind of funny. You can steal someone's berry. All right, let me take a quick break. Tango and Gilly are whining. It's really early, but I probably do need to go potty. Interesting. Yeah, thank you for that note, Ski. So when I get back, we'll keep analyzing Sableye. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Is Champions out yet? I didn't know. It is, it's not officially out until next week. There's like also welcome in Rune, but the streaming category is there, and we're talking about the game. I don't know anything about VG. I'm on Cerebi.net right now. Just looking up, they have a preliminary list of Pokemon that are going to be in Pokemon Champions. We don't have the full roster yet of what is in the game, and we don't know if that's going to be the same as what is legal for tournament play. And the in-game ranked ladder might be different from the actual Regulation MA, it's called, is the standard format for VG. I'm having a good time, yeah. I'm really looking forward to learning such a new in-depth game. Because VG, I know, is very, very complicated, but very satisfying to learn and play well. But the barrier to entry has always been absolutely insane. And so Champions does lower that a little bit. We'll have to see how everything else works out, but yeah. I mean, we could assume current OU and below is allowed, but I don't know. Yeah, the thing is like OU is a Smogon thing. That's a completely different thing. And, you know, like even right now, VG, they're moving back into Regulation I, and, you know, people are using Miraidon and stuff. I wonder if they'll allow us to use all the mechanics from the other gens in the ranked format since we have the Omni Ring. Yeah, the Regulation MA will be Megas. And then down the road, maybe they'll start to mix and match. But we know, we do have it confirmed that the Regulation MA will be no more terrestrialization, and we're going back to Mega Pokemon. What's up, Mad Wheels? Welcome in. Okay, so just real quick, let me move this over. So, hidden ability, Prankster. Status category moves have their speed priority increased by 1. Moves increased by this that are used on Dark-type Pokemon will fail. And that's its hidden ability. So, Prankster. What this means is status condition type moves or anything that's not an actual physical attack, but it has some other benefit, gets increased priority. So right away, that's what we want to build around for our move pool. Sableye is going to be our support. Ghost plus Dark equals neutral into everything. I used to use Sableye back in the day, back in like Gen 3. Super funny. Okay, so we've got Fake Out. Just some easy flinch, chip damage. Already has increased priority. Oh, I forgot about Fairy type. Yeah. Fairy was added after Gen 3, which was where I spent most of my time playing mainline Pokemon games. I feel like Champions will result in the meta evolving beyond what anyone can imagine, and you see that happen with any game that launches a centralized digital platform. Yeah, we're gonna have, because we talked about this a little bit before, Rune, and I'm glad that you bring this point up, because a Pokemon, even if it's not good, if it is popular, it has to be accounted for in the metagame, right? Meta is kind of a function of strength, but it is first and foremost a function of popularity. Like, if everybody is playing Sun, it forces every team to beat Sun or at least be neutral into it, even if that's not the strongest team. VGC always felt too RPS too for me. I want to dive in. I know that singles was pretty wild, but now with double battles, having that extra layer of being able to combine two Pokemon together to form a unit rather than just the single battle where you have to predict like the 1 in 6 who's going to be your most optimal lead and what they're going to go for, stealth rock, da-da-da. Double battles allow you to be like, okay, this Pokemon is frail but strong, and this Pokemon has moves that protect it, and go in from there. Of course, people are going to still be net decking teams. We cannot overstate this. There's already tons of videos on YouTube of like, try these teams day 1 on Champions. If you're a noob, try these teams. This will let you learn the game. These are really easy, strong teams. And that's what everybody is going to be doing like day 1. Whatever Wolf is playing day 1, people are going to copy his team, you know? Or a lot of the hardcore players in VG that are going to be transferring Pokemon over from Pokemon Home are going to have a lot of meta squads built already, and they're just going to be running those on the ladder. I'm challenging myself because I am learning VG essentially from scratch. I don't have too many preconceived notions, and maybe that gives me an edge in evaluating Pokemon or going for some shenanigans. Especially when everybody's running unoptimized stuff, you can get away with more shenanigans, and so we're cooking here. So Sableye, well-rounded support mon. We get Fake Out. Disable. For 4 turns, the target will be unable to use whichever move it used last. Knockoff. That's a pretty sick move. Knockoff. To get rid of held items. And Knockoff was actually changed in Pokemon Champions. I believe they lowered the times you can use it, or they lowered the damage. Yeah, meta is strength plus popularity. Exactly. Strong things become popular, but sometimes things are just popular because they're beginner friendly. And then a beginner friendly thing becomes meta. Almost all attacks got a PowerPoint nerf. I saw in Sierra's video that she said that they essentially sorted every move into like 4 different categories. Either it's 5, 15, 20, or 30 or something like that. I do approve of that because stalling is never fun. Exactly. Pirates. Yeah, Pirates was really, really strong. You didn't necessarily need to play it super well. What's the game we're making a team in? It's Pokemon Champions, competitive VG. And I'm just going down the list of confirmed Pokemon, what we know so far. I'm picking out my personal favorite Pokemon, and then I'm diving into exactly what they do competitively. Because you know how it is, when you're playing through the game back in the day, every single one of your Pokemon just knew 4 attack moves, and you just one-shot everything in front of you until you got to the Elite 4 and 1. Pirates used to have nuance. How do I start? When Pokemon Champions comes out, you can just download it for free onto your Nintendo Switch. And they have a thing called the Recruit Ranch, where you're offered 10 Pokemon, and you use the in-game currency called Victory Points in order to add that Pokemon to your team. And then you can tweak that Pokemon's stats, abilities, moves, everything using the Victory Points, which is the in-game currency. They're gonna have there's tons of tutorials as well in Pokemon Champions. I forgot to mention they have step-by-step tutorials about how to battle, what moves do, weather conditions, status conditions, all of that. They have tons of tutorials to play through that'll explain everything. And based on the people who played that demo early, they said that the tutorials were actually very comprehensive. And by doing the tutorials, you get currency, your victory points. Sableye is definitely a screen setter of all time. Oh, he gets screens? Let me see. Show me your screens. Light screen and reflect, baby. Metronome. Oh my god. Skill swap. I don't own a Switch. I won't be playing this, I guess. It will come out on mobile eventually. It's going to release on Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 first, but it's already been confirmed that it will release on mobile, but it won't be for, like, a few more months, unfortunately. Releasing it on mobile, you have to get additional approvals, and you have to go through a lot more red tape to release on mobile. I use support prankster Quash Sableye. It catches a lot of people off guard. What does Quash do? Oops, wrong tab. Control F, Quash. The user suppresses the target and makes its move go last. Oh, with prankster, your Quash goes first, and then you force them to go last. Oh, that's kind of cool. So that's an anti-sweep. That's kind of cool. Mega Sableye and abuse Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp is not fully accurate though, right? So it's a little hard to pull off. But yeah, with Prankster, you could probably do like Prankster Will-O-Wisp. Because Burn also reduces the attack of the Pokemon. My usual setup is just grabbing the tankiest Pokemon with Drain and Stall with support strats. We'll have to see how good Stall is, like, day one. It probably will be, because it's harder to break Stall when your Pokemon aren't optimized, which a lot of players, their Pokemon aren't going to be properly optimized, so they're going to be getting cooked. I could definitely see people being like, yo, Recover needs to be nerfed, like, needs to have its points reduced, or Toxic needs to have its points reduced. That sort of stuff. Icy Wind. Ooh. You learn Icy Wind, little boy? Oh, this is interesting. Does Sunny Day and Rain Dance count for Prankster to gain priority? I don't think Pokemon will balance this game at all. Typically with Pokemon, they balance the games in between generations. They don't just go in and say, okay, this Pokemon doesn't get this ability anymore. This Pokemon doesn't get this move anymore. Or we're lowering this Pokemon's attack stat. And so in between generations, they can go, okay, this Pokemon doesn't learn this move anymore. That sort of stuff. That's usually how they do it. And in current competitive Pokemon, they have regulations, which think of them as like mini rotations, the way they do it in Runeterra, where it's like these Pokemon go away, but these Pokemon come back in. And then we're going to this regulation, this rule set, where these Pokemon go away, and then these Pokemon come back in. And so then that also shakes up the meta. But yeah, no, we aren't going to be getting, like, direct nerfs. There are fundamental nerfs, like we said, where they're altering the power points, the amount of times you can use a move every fight. And so some moves might have their points reduced further. We'll have to see, because it is a really big hit to competitive. And Pokemon is such an interlocked, complex game that you have to just let the meta cook. You have to let it sit and simmer. Even if something is really dominant, eventually somebody will figure out a way around it, generally speaking. I keep trying to tell y'all there's no such thing as balance. The more and faster you accept that, easier it is to actually enjoy games. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not that a game can never be balanced. It's just that when the most optimal dominant strategy is not fun to play against, it makes your game ass. That's all. And fortunately with Pokemon, when a certain team or a certain setup becomes very popular, it's very easy to directly build and counter. We have a lot more tools in order to counter specific things. Right? Like now I'm just talking about how we have icy wind speed control. We've got prankster weather. So you could run, like if rain is really popular, you can run prankster with sunny day and overwrite their weather with priority. And then maybe combine that with Arcanine. Ooh, hang on a second. Anti-weather. Additional notes. Prankster, sunny day, anti-rain, plus Arcanine. And then I can also invert this with Prankster Rain Dance, anti-sun plus Raichu. Because I do Prankster Rain Dance plus Thunder. Okay, that's kind of lit. That Raichu Thunder idea you had with Rain Dance Sableye. And when people look at my team and they don't see Pelipper, they aren't going to be expecting rain. That's kind of gas. We're going to be cheesing the hell out of everybody. This is, oh, Sableye, my beloved. Sableye, my little guy. It's a little early. Do you really want your dinner so early? You're going to be hungry later. Okay. Hang on. Let me go get them dinner real quick.
Like the legend of the phoenix.
Yeah.
All ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginning. Love. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cups to the stars. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
Oh, those little Bambinos.
The present has no ribbon. Your gift keeps on giving. What is this I'm feeling?
Pain split. I don't think pain split works. Does this actually get priority? No. Cryo Prankster pain split? Because Sableye's such a small guy that if you pain split, you would actually be dealing like insane damage to really bulky targets, right? Interesting. Why spend money on balance so you can just have Freak throw a dart at a bunch of champions, see who to buff that way? Freak has made a bunch of videos kind of talking about their process about when they nerf and buff champions. So, because sometimes they figure out a way to buff a champion that doesn't require a lot of work, and so they'll just throw it in. All right, we've got Aggron. I didn't like that he kept buffing 80 carries. So, Mega Aggron. What Mega Aggron doing? I don't necessarily need to use Mega. How can we tell what ability the Mega gets? Because when I click on Mega, it just goes back to this. Mega Aggron just dies, though. It's so sad. Oh, it's not, like, monstrously bulky, and then you do, like, Iron Defense into Body Press. It doesn't work. Or Heavy Slam. Something like that. Say it ain't so, whoa, whoa. He's got 4x weakness against the most popular physical threats. Mega Aggron gets Filter. Also folds to a flamethrower. Yeah. Hang on a second. Filter. Reduces the power of super effective attacks taken by 25%. That's still not enough to save it, right? Damn, it would be cool to have Aggron on the squad. Heavy Metal doubles the Pokemon's weight. Heavy Metal... with Body Press or whatever it's called. That's gotta be something, right? How do I switch back from Legend ZA to its normal move pool? Don't use Cerebi to check for abilities, moves, and mons. Look for Pokemon DB. The UI is cleaner and the info is better. You're thinking of Heavy Slam. Thank you. Pokemon DB. New abilities. Where do I go through the list? So I'll use this for the list. Because this is just an organized list of Pokemon that we know are in Champions so far. And then I'll look up the actual stuff over here, right? Aggron. The Foretold Whitney build. Let me put on my dark mode. Yeah, so crazy defense, decent attack, no speed. Aggron. Physical defense, attack, no speed. Maybe we try Heavy Metal plus Body Press. Heavy Slam, Body Press. Some sort of held item that maybe helps. Isn't there like weakness policy where if it gets hit by a super effective move, it procs and does something crazy? Yeah, I see the Mega here. And then Filter. Weakness policy? I think that's what it's called. That's probably where I'm the most shaky on Pokemon knowledge, is held items. Sharply raises attack and special attack if hit by a super effective move. And what does Assault Vest do? It does something where, like, it makes your Pokemon tankier, right? Raises special defense, but prevents the use of status moves. I don't know if that's going to be enough to save it. Weakness policy is good if you can trigger it with a weak support mon. Yeah, I do know about that. You can attack with your own partner Pokemon. All I know is that you can't use repeated items. Really? Okay. All right, but let's look at Aggron's move pool. Gen 9. I guess we'll go off of Legend ZA. And, like, they don't say what the move does. And in Cerebi, it does. Metal Sound lowers the target's special defense by 2 stages. So let me make sure that it actually learns what I think it learns, right? Because you can also run Rockhead. Isn't that what it's called? Where you don't take recoil damage and you can just use stuff like Takedown and Double Edge and stuff. What's that move called? It's called, like, Iron Head. Yeah, Iron Head, I believe, also, does recoil, right? Maybe not Takedown. Accuracy is a little low for my taste. Iron Head flinches. Oh, thank you. Usually in VGC, people don't care for chip damage unless you're facing a stall. You either kill them in 1 or 2 hits. And we get the follow from Kennedy. Thank you so much. Chip damage, I meant recoil damage. That's true. Yeah, especially like saving a little bit of HP on Aggron when you're kind of weak to so much stuff is probably a moot point. What's Damp Rock? Y'all are cooking. I don't even know these items. Damp Rock. Pokemon's held item that extends the duration of the move Rain Dance. Oh. Yeah, see, I haven't been thinking too much about held items. Damp Rock. My opponent would see the Damp Rock in the team sheet, though, and they would know that something's up. I'd probably hold something else because I don't necessarily care about extending the rain. It would just be an anti-sun tech with maybe the Raichu on the side. If sun is really popular, then I could run Prankster, Rain Dance, Sableye, yeah? And then with rain up, I might be able to sneak in a Thunder. Yeah, heavy slam. That's what I was... Rock slide? Hmm. Yeah, that would be a really silly thing to have. It could work. That way, like, if you were going, like, Hyper Rain, you have Pelipper that sets up with Drizzle, but maybe if there's some other weird consideration, you run Sableye as your Rain setter instead, because maybe it's Prankster, Fake Out, Disable Knockoff. Maybe these other things in its move pool are just a lot more meaningful rather than just having Pelipper and going Drizzle, Tailwind, and then it explodes and you're 3v4ing all the time. It's just, I'm just, you know, speculating. What does Steel Beam do? Steel Beam deals damage with the user loses 50% of its HP. We'll have to come back with Aggron. We'll come back to Aggron. One of my favorite Pokemon. He's super cool. We'll have to come back though. Absol. Ooh, I wonder what Absol can do. Oh, I forgot to duplicate my blanks. And so this is, again, I'm just exploring the pool of Pokemon and specifically looking at my favorite Pokemon to start theory crafting a little bit and building around some of these ideas. Looks like Incineroar will not have knockoff, by the way. Not that that makes it less of an absolute menace, but interesting that they plan to balance even the axis of moves. That is going to be super important. As I said, Pokemon typically balances at the in-between generations. So once something's locked in at the start of the generation, the chance of that changing is minuscule. I don't think it's ever happened where a Pokemon has been banned mid-format. They just the competitive players just have to hold that the entire time. So now is a really big moment for them to make some alterations to move pool, things like that. Steel Beam is self-damage. It's not recoil. So Rock Head doesn't prevent it. I was going to say, like, this seems like a little silly, right? And you can KO yourself with Steel Beam. If you're less than 50% HP, then the Steel Beam will knock you out, right? The rest of the team is Raichu, Kanto, Arcanine, Heracross, and Sableye, and Aggron, but he's just building a roster that he might not want me to run. That's true. I'm getting my roster locked in, and I'm just... If this is a more holistic way to learn the game, you know? Where it's not... There's no Cubone! I know! They have to patch in Marowak so I can build it with Thick Club. I don't even know what Marowak does. Don't worry. I'll pull some strings, chat. Alolan Marowak might be actually pretty fun to run. Because I think Alolan Marowak was meta at some point back in Sun and Moon era, yeah? Let's see what Absol can do. Dark type. Metagross was disgustingly brutal at some point. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Even before they introduced Mega Metagross, I think it was very strong. The only non-fully evolved Mons we have will be Pikachu and Eevee, if I had to guess. According to this list, Pikachu will be in. And I'm like, yo, Pikachu Light Ball? People are going to go insane with Light Ball, Rain, Pikachu teams. Oh yeah, Mega Metagross is going to be disgusting for sure. All right. Pressure. Super Luck raises the critical hit ratio of moves by 1 level. Now, I'm a bit of a memer, so when I see this, does it mean that a move can go from 0 to 1? Or is it moves that have an increased critical hit ratio get an even more increased critical hit ratio? I kind of like Justified as well. That's kind of lit. But what is Mega Ab? I don't know if we have confirmation on Mega Absol Z's ability yet. Scar is playing VGC like the competitive League of Legends players by playing League, building a champion pool. All moves get the boost, but the moves already have it get it further. Crit levels going from 1 to 6. Each level has a set crit. Yes, it affects even moves that have no boosted crit. Absol could definitely be our Mega homie for the squad. Doesn't Mega Absol get like Intimidate or something? Let's go over to Pokemon database and check it out. Mega Absol gets Magic Bounce. Magic Bounce reflects status changing moves. That doesn't count for Intimidate. Now, this is only moves that inflict status, as in stat drops and status effects like paralysis and stuff, right? But if it's a physical attack that has an ability, a chance to reduce my stats, that won't be reflected. Interesting. Okay. Mega equals Magic Bounce. I kind of really like the idea of running Justified. Thank you for the revival. Mega Absol Z, we don't have any data yet. But from what I understand, its stats are shifted to be like attack and speed. What does base Absol get? High attack, well-rounded everywhere else. Mega Absol is attack, special attack, and speed. Okay, so we've got... This is actually really versatile. And Mega Absol Z is still... oh, it's Dark and Ghost. Interesting. Okay. So, attack. So, primarily, it's just attack. And then... Mega equals special attack plus speed boost. Z equals Ghost plus attack speed. Okay. And potentially, I heard some speculation that it has the ability to increase the damage of like claw type, slashing type moves because of its design. With the crazy demon hand. But Dark and Ghost is interesting. But as far as I'm aware, that's just a rumor. We don't know for sure just yet. Because it says, uses fur, it's made into sharp claw-like shapes. It cuts foes down with a single blow. Also in Champion, Shadow Claw will be affected by sharpness. Oh, it normally isn't. So that's another really big thing, Kennedy. In Pokemon Champions, they get to not just alter the strength of moves, the power points of moves, the move sets of Pokemon, but just buffing certain abilities by giving them more abilities. Yo, Zendo, what's up? Speculation is getting sharpness. Okay. So I don't really have a dedicated Mega to build around yet. When I was speculating on Raichu, that if Raichu like X is physical, then we maybe have a physical Thunder Punch, Iron Tail, Brick Break, Raichu, something like that. But this is really cool. Yo, what's up, Wyatt? Welcome in. And it's good to see you as well, Zendo. What the fuck, Zendo, where? He's in the other chat. He's in the other hidden chat. So, Shadow Claw. And I do like the idea of Justified, where if the Pokemon is hit by a Dark-type move, its attack is increased. And I might be able to do something silly with a really weak Dark-type attack out of Sableye or something. Weak Dark attacks from Sableye. Does Sableye get beat up? Oh, wait a minute. We're cooking. Hang on. Does Sableye get beat up? The $1 million question. Beat up Justified? Absol? I recently drew Captain Sarah. Want to check it out? Hell yeah. Posted in the server. Control F. Beat up. No matches. No. Wait, no, this is the Legend ZA Dex. Hang on. Scarlet and Violet. Oh, no, that'd be too OP, eh? We don't learn beat up. Okay, let's see who does learn beat up. We'll go to Pokemon DB. Hang on, I gotta move this window. If they'll let me. I would like to drag this window, please. So we search beat up. I almost won a double for the first time today. Ooh, nice. I know Whimsicott gets beat up. That's so brutal. I know that Whimsicott is the support mon of all time. Scrafty gets beat up. Scrafty's one of the homies. But it would be too strong. Mousehold also gets beat up. Mousehold is a support homie, right? Frigoraph, also a support homie. Beat up supporter mon. I could maybe go like a really weak Scrafty. Scrafty. Mousehold. Frigoraph? Wait, is Whimsicott on here? Oh, Cottony becomes Whimsicott. Mousehold is a support, but it's also a physical attacker. Very curious. And the reason the sprites look all weird is because I have a Dark Pages extension, and it just inverts the colors. Pokemon DB doesn't actually have night mode built into it, does it? In the year of our Lord, really? Okay. But let's see what Absol actually can get up to. So Shadow Sneak is typically a priority move. Because this is Legend ZA, so the moves and stuff are different. Yo, and Zendo dropping back through the purple chat. 62 months? My God. Thank you so much for that support. That continued support, Zendo. Happy to see you. Absol gets both Shadow Sneak and Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch! The Sucker Punch reads are going to be so godlike. Zendo's just messing with Magic the Gathering deck lists today. Are you playing Standard or are you playing a Commander? Based on what I've been experiencing, it's all about Commander these days. How do you feel about Cyberpunk? We actually did a huge Cyberpunk discussion yesterday's stream. All right. Notable moves, Shadow Claw. Shadow Sneak. Sucker Punch. I'll build a team around Mega Skarmory. You can't stop me. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, ooh, Skarmory has a Mega. What new ability does it get? What stat changes does it get when it goes Mega? I'm going to build a team around that. That's the way to go. Definitely, I agree. Swords Dance. So if we... If we're running base Absol, so we keep Justified with no Mega, that's when we do Supporter Beat Up. And then there's also Slash plus Luck. Extra Luck. Crit Spam. So when you Mega, it replaces your ability. You don't get a second ability. So we can't do like Extra Luck plus Sharpness and get a crazy double boost off of Slash and Night Slash. I haven't looked into Cyberpunk at this point. Was it pretty fun? I haven't played the game, but there's the Cyberpunk TCG I meant to say, Zendo. That's currently on Kickstarter. I'm Commander these days. They're doing reveals for the new Strixhaven, which is one of my favorite planes, so I'm excited. What, hasn't it been like a decade since they did a Strixhaven set? I'm really happy that y'all are eating good. Perish Song. Uh-oh. Absol gets Perish Song. Who wants to do memes? It's not a meme. We trust in Wolf to figure it out. Now it learns Calm Mind. And the special attack is in base Mega Absol. And then with Magic Bounce, your opponent can't reduce your stats, so you can Calm Mind in their face more consistently. Mega ability does replace, but sometimes you can squeeze value out of both abilities on the turn that you do Mega Evolve. And didn't they change the way the order of operations work when you Mega Evolve? It happens first, right? The way Terrestrialization works before the round happens. I feel like there was some change I heard about where like the order of operations is slightly different, so that like weather works differently. We're unsure about that. We'll have to see. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's still up in the air. We'll have to figure out the really small nuance edge cases. So Mega Calm Mind, special attack. What special attacks do you get? Ice Beam, Play Rough. No, Play Rough is physical. Fire Blast, my god. Future Sight. Very interesting. Future Sight is bad, right? Because your opponent just outplays it really hard. Apparently, it might have been a demo quirk. Very interesting. Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, I remember that move. Oh my god, you learned Thunder as well? Oh my god. I can't believe I'm somehow being forced to build Rain, because Thunder is just such an insane ability. But in terms of attack, though, I'm seeing Zen Headbutt. Now, the Super Luck only increases crit chance. It's not like Serene Grace, where it also increases flinch chance. That's a different thing entirely. So, base plus Z is physical. And so the physical moves, we've got Zen Headbutt, Close Combat. There might be some other slashy type moves. Yeah, Shadow Claw, which I think we already have. Yeah. Double Edge. I wonder if Double Edge works with Sharpness. Play Rough. We got to put that back in the physical. I suppose I'll hop into the purple chat and save Zig from having to look at both. I'm trying my best to learn about, you know, keeping them together. There's Knockoff as well. It's like Night Slash and Knockoff are probably working back and forth. Double Team's not going to be allowed, right? Are they going to let us double team? Because that's also going to affect the metagame. Aerial Ace. Because fighting beats dark, right? And so Aerial Ace lets us beat fighting types. Zen Headbutt also covers that as well, with just a psychic move. But Aerial Ace is also fully accurate. Future Sight is also fully accurate, isn't it? Oh, you know what? I wonder if people are trying to go for double team stuff, we can just hit Dragon Tail. We'll have to consider. I'm going to put it in my additional notes. Learns Swift. To help against evasion. Fairy is super effective on fighting? Oh my god. That's something I have to remember. Because I played mostly Gen 2, Gen 3. So I completely forget about Fairy type, only that it's immune to Dragon, super effective against Dragon. It was designed to beat Dragon type. Fairy 2X is fighting. I had no idea. It's strong on dark, fighting, and dragon. Heavens to Betsy. So running dark types is going to be pretty risky. People are going to be doing like Mega Gardevoir, Moonblast. We'll see. Does, like, Fairy... Is it less effective against Ghost? So if I go Mega Absol Z, I can take some of the sting out of Fairy? Not to come in and sound like a pooper, but isn't King Gambit kind of a big upgrade on Mega Absol without it taking up your Mega slot? I guess that's valid. I know that King Gambit is insanely strong. I personally do not like King Gambit. I think that Pokemon is so stupid and ugly looking. But I'm trying to do my best to just figure out how my favorite Pokemon would work. But I agree that a lot of the Pokemon I'll be running are just like, oh, you should just run Incineroar instead of Arcanine, or, you know, stuff like that. And I'm not disparaging anybody who wants to run the best Mons and focus on just playing well and playing clean, because I am so new by using my favorite Pokemon and kind of studying them like this, I'm hopefully developing a more holistic understanding of how move sets and things like that come together, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm going down the list and I'm just picking my favorites. Right now, the roster of planned recruits is Raichu, Arcanine, Dragonite, Heracross, Sableye. We got to do more cooking with Aggron, Absol. Who else is there? Empoleon's kind of sick. Lucario. Don't forget about Mega Aggron. That thing will be a monster. Really? When I got to Aggron, people were saying that that Mega Aggron is actually really bad. We'll see. Dedicated Mega. Yeah, so I'm just taking notes, figuring out some ideas, looking at the pool. $200 base defense body press will go crazy. Last time we got Mega Aggron, body press didn't exist, so it sucks. Oh, okay. Mega Aggron's main issue is opportunity cost. It doesn't do much for your Mega slot compared to a lot of others. I see, I see. Samurott? Maybe we go down, we pick the Pokemon first, and then we'll double back and look at their movesets. Aegislash. Oh, we've got to run Aegislash. A Pokemon that's literally just a floating sword and shield. That's right up my alley. Doesn't Clawitzer have a Mega? Am I misremembering that? Clawitzer is so cool. Hawlucha? No, it's Dragalge that gets it. Okay. I don't know why I somehow thought that Clawitzer got a Mega form. Don't worry, it'll get it in the It'll get it in the DLC, right? We got it. I think Halucha's dope. We'll see what Hawlucha can do. Hisui and Decidueye, specifically. I really think that I loved finding, using grass fighting Breloom in Gen 3. So I wonder if grass fighting might be kind of lit as well. Yeah, so this is like our planned recruitment roster. And then we'll figure out what they actually do. Corviknight. Oh my god, Corviknight, get on my team. Armarouge? Oh, baby. Armarouge, get on the squad. Tinkaton? Oh my god, Tinkaton, get on my squad. Palafin? Okay, hang on a second. Palafin? Get on my squad. Farigiraf, maybe a little low-key. Armarouge is a Scarzig-coded Pokemon. Yes, indeed. Armarouge, but not Ceruledge. Okay, hang on a second. We'll look at both. We'll look at both. We'll look at both. Okay, so let's scroll back up. We'll look at Lucario. Now, from what I understand, we don't know Mega Lucario Z's ability yet. Probably some heavy speculation. Also gets justified. Steadfast. Speed raised by 1 level every time the Pokemon flinches. Inner Focus, this Pokemon cannot flinch. Also, stats prevent stats from being lowered by the ability Intimidate. Ooh, that's kind of solid. Because Incineroar is going to be all over the place, right? Inner Focus. All right, but let's actually look at Lucario's stats real quick. High attack, high special attack. Dual attacker. Mega Lucario was already a solid Pokemon. Yeah, so let's jump back over to Pokemon Database. They have a better stat spread display for the Megas. So Mega Lucario gets a speed boost. And Mega Lucario Z leans more into special attack. What's the card in your mic? Oh, this is, it's a Master Ball Cubone. Cubone is my all-time favorite Pokemon. So when they add Marowak to Pokemon Champions, he's going to be on the squad. I think Mega Aggron can work with speed buff rather than defense. All right. What do you mean? What's the move? Rock Polish? That lets a rock type get really, really fast. Mega Aggron is giga slow though, right? All right, so let's look at Mega Lucario. The ability becomes Adaptability. Adaptability increases the effectiveness of stab moves. Ooh, okay. Okay. Adaptability. So we just go for a fighting steel, big, beefy punch set. Rock Polish. This maybe could work, right? Some sort of, like, making the speed of Mega Aggron go up almost doesn't make any sense, but there's probably some kind of weird world where your opponent is trying to set up Trick Room. And if you Rock Polish once, then you outspeed their Mons outside of Trick Room. Or you would rather them just set up the Trick Room and then your Mega Aggron becomes insane. Wait, are you I think it's the speed buff to Aggron. I think I'm just reading your message wrong. But, okay, moves. Bullet Punch is a priority move. That's interesting. I didn't know that, Bullet Punch. Steel Prio. You don't get, like... Oh, he does get extreme speed as well. Bullet Punch becomes base 80 power with adaptability. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Close combat? Oh, yeah. Lucario's gonna be my enforcer? Yeah, that is true. We don't know Mega Lucario Z's ability yet. It's still listed as adaptability here, but there's some speculation and could get something different. Ironhead 2 is a good option. Oops. Hang on. Lucario. Ironhead. Wait, did I scroll past it? No. Damn. Gets Metal Claw. Bullet Punch. Close Combat. And is that just all we care about? We probably don't even need to go for like Swords Dance or anything crazy, right? We just hit. It gets Meteor Mash. Yeah. I thought that Meteor Mash was Metagross exclusive. Yeah, you could build either way. That is important. Base Lucario is a dual attacker, so we've got our physical. And then our special. What would that look like? Dragon Pulse? That's kind of funny. Water Pulse. Dragon Pulse and Water Pulse. Isn't there an ability that increases the strength of Pulse type moves? I wonder if they would give Mega Lucario Z that one. Flash Cannon. Ooh, Flash Cannon. Special attack is higher, but physical is way higher base power moves. Ah. Mega Launcher. Its stats are so high already that they boost its damage more. I'm scared. I don't want to ruin anybody's day by spoiling what Marowak's original evolution was. Are you talking about like the whole Cubone Kangaskhan Marowak like fan theory? Mega Z is like 150 special attack and 160 speed or something. New anime main character is a Mega Lucario Z, so it's probably going to be OP. I did see there was a somebody had posted a clip on Twitter. I've been watching Pokemon Horizons as it's been releasing on Netflix, so I'm not caught up on the Japanese episodes. But yeah, they're so far ahead of us, it's really insane. Dark Pulse. Like, you get Dragon Pulse, Water Pulse, Dark Pulse. Maybe they get some sort of pulse amplifier. Focus Blast. Focus Blast, you have to, no, Focus Punch is where you have to wait a turn. Focus Blast, you just go for it. It just has a low accuracy. If I remember correctly, Aura Sphere is also affected by Mega Launcher, which Lucario gets. Let me refresh my memory on Aura Sphere. Yeah. Aurasphere, fighting, special, 80 base power. Guaranteed to hit? So yeah, it's like depending on the team, we might need an extra physical attacker or we need a special attacker. That's actually kind of godlike. So we've got our special move set. We've got our physical move set. There's some other stuff in here as well, right? Like... Seems solid. Worth noting Stone Edge for physical set. Doesn't Stone Edge have like a 65% accuracy or something? Isn't that move like infamous for how much it misses? 80% accuracy. That's not too bad. I remember it being like 70 or 75, but I think that's Sleep Powder, right? That has the 70%. I think it used to be 70. Okay. Stone Edge then is consideration. I didn't realize that Stone Edge had its accuracy buff. Don't forget, if it's not 100%, it's 50%. Ain't that right? That's a Fire Emblem player in the chat right there. I believe it's 80, but the meme in Gen 4 seemed that it would either crit or it missed. Making a team of favorites then crying when Magikarp does nothing. Oh, you get Earthquake? I was looking too much at the adaptability, but Earthquake could be kind of lit. We don't have any Mons that can avoid Earthquake on the team except Dragonite with flying. Is that the Lucario move list here? Yeah, this is Lucario's move list right over here on this tab. Yeah. Having a strong ass like AoE could be cool, but we just lean into adaptability with like bullet punch and stuff. Just have a solid delete button on the team, something that just removes problems. Next up on the draft roster is Samurott. So who in the chat knows about Samurott? Is just Hisuian Samurott better because it's water and dark, or is base Samurott better because mono water is better? Because Samurott gets... its signature move is something like... you know, it's like... it's called like Ceaseless Edge, I think it's called. Hisuian Samurott is better usually. And isn't it something where it's like... if the opponent's Pokemon has like a status condition, it does bonus damage? Or am I just hallucinating that? Yeah, adaptability close combat is 240 base power single target, and Earthquake is 75 spread. Oh, true, true, true. Abilities, Torrent, Sharpness. Yeah, so once again, we get Sharpness in the... in the mix. And looking at it, scrolling all the way down real quick, looking at its stats, Hisuian Samurott, surprisingly well-rounded, leaning into attack. Good HP, too. Razor Shell is an amazing sharpness move. Razor Shell. Let's scroll back up and look at the moves here. Alright, so here's Ceaseless Edge. Shell splinters left behind by this attack remain scattered under the target as spikes. So that's what it does. Okay. Ceaseless Edge. And then Razor Shell. User cuts the target. May lower their defense. Ooh, nice. Gets Mega Horn. 85, am I being too afraid of 85% accuracy? Then just get straight up slash. Yeah, I think I clicked it. Basuian? Yeah. And then off to the side, they have the numbers here. The pictures. Avalanche. This move's power is doubled if the target has inflicted damage on the user in the same turn. Interesting. There's a lot of moves I just don't know about. Smart Strike never misses. Avalanche is negative priority, so you don't need to worry about your speed when you use it. That's chill. I didn't know that. So it's just a big ice move. Negative prio. Ice coverage. You're scrolling up to the base one? No. Thank you for catching that. Because it would just be something I would do is build the wrong moveset around a Pokemon and stuff it doesn't even learn. Grass Knot. Now, I know that this move is secretly really good in certain spots. I think this is the first Pokemon that I've drafted that can get Grass Knot. So we have like anti-heavy. I know low kick has a similar effect where it deals more damage if the target is heavy. Grass Knot's usually good when legendaries are allowed. Oh yeah, they do tend to be ginormous. X-Scissor, pardon me. So X-Scissor also gets sharpness boosted, right? I imagine so. If you know how it is. It's a lot of stuff that feels like it should get boosted is so arbitrary. I think so, but bug coverage isn't super great though. Yeah, because we're already dark type. So we just hit them with a dark type move instead. If I go for Lash Out, this move's power is doubled if the user's stats are lower this turn. If I go for Lash Out, and my opponent switches, and they switch in like an Incineroar and I get intimidated, then my Lash Out is boosted into that slot? Or does the order of operations not work? Flip turn. Oh yeah, I do need more switching moves. I do need more pivoting moves. There's also Throat Chop, which is just solid dark type attack. And even though it's a chop, they mean it like karate chop, so it's not going to be sharpness boosted. But do we get Night Slash as well? Yeah, we do get Night Slash. Okay. Yeah, so we get Night Slash. Sacred Sword. That is the name. Imagine clicking Sacred Sword. That's such a sick move name. Sacred Sword. I can't resist clicking the cool sounding move either. Fighting type coverage. Okay, Hisuian Samurott solidifying its place on the roster. Now, Aqua Cutter. We've already got Razor Shell. Let's compare Razor Shell and Aqua Cutter. Because Aqua Cutter, I don't think actually gets sharpness boosted. Because it's a non-contact move, isn't it? We can click on details, maybe? No, it doesn't say. It might on DB. No, it does? Okay, hang on a second. Razor Shell is 75 base power, 95 accuracy, chance to lower defense. And Aqua Cutter is 70 base power, high crit chance. Ooh. It's a toss-up. I also saw we get Aqua Jet, which is Prio. Aqua Cutter was Veluza's way of getting sharpness boost. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Aqua Cutter is slightly more accurate. Yeah, I could definitely see a world where just running Aqua Cutter and just having a accurate move, you aren't really banking on fishing for crits and stuff. And Hisuian Samurott gets Sucker Punch. Oh, noted, noted. Thank you, thank you. Can we, because we have sharpness, could we actually try to build a little bulkier? Make up for the loss of attack by just using sharpness to compensate? And then we can run like flip turn, maybe some pseudo support. Vacuum Wave. This still gets beat by Fake Out, right? Fake Out is designed to always go in front of everything. There's no giga priority to beat that. If I remember correctly, Hisuian Samurott ran well as a bulky assault vest user. Okay. Assault vest. Use bulk. Use sharpness to offset bulk investment. Gets Helping Hand. Vacuum Wave loses to Fake Out. Also, most of your good moves are physical. So non-stab special prow, not really worth running. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Oh, I forgot about Liquidation. It's not sharpness boosted, though. So we have to specifically remember the sharpness boost. Hisuian Samurott actually kind of growing on me. This is what's so fun as well. Is you look at a Pokemon and say, you know, this Pokemon looks cool, but I haven't really dug deep into what it actually does. All right, Aegislash. Another Sword Boy. Steel and Ghost. Fun fact, if you ever play singles, Hisuian Samurott is amazing there. Okay. great in singles. And I know you have to forgive me. My typing is like negative. Oh my god, look at shiny Aegislash. Look at this fucking color palette. Oh my goodness. All right. Abilities. Stance change. The Pokemon changes its form to Blade form when it uses an attack move, and changes to Shield form when it uses King's Shield. Okay, so let's go let's go to Pokemon database and see if we can get a little bit more information about how this ability works. Stance change. Okay. When it uses a damage dealing move, it switches to Blade form, and when it uses King's Shield, it switches to Shield form. But what does it do, though? King's Shield prevents any physical or special attacks targeted at the user from striking for the duration of the turn. If a contact move is targeted at the King's Shield user, the opponent's attack is lowered by 2 stages. Woohoo! Okay. And it also switches its stats. We need a third shiny Aegislash version that's blue and white. Yes. Shield form has 140 in its defense. Sword has 140 in its attack. Oh, that's cool. Okay. That seems like a lot of fun to use a Pokemon that can also shift stances. And King's Shield is a move that has to be in its pool, right? And King's Shield has Protect priority. Or is Urshifu? Hang on a second. Now, just real quick, I know that Urshifu has, I don't think it's confirmed to be in this game, but I know that Unseen Fist goes through Protect. Have these Pokemon ever existed together in the same format? Do we know if Unseen Fist goes through King's Shield? Urshifu won't be allowed in Champions, don't worry. Okay. Change. But it does? Oh, that's so gross. Okay, so stats. Physical attack. Lots of bulk. King's Shield, unlike Protect, does not block status moves. Okay, okay. Very important. King's Shield. We'll call it... Is it... How do you spell pseudo? Is it EU? Pseudo Protect. The mind games about, am I going to go shield or am I going to attack you? All right. So let's have a gander at this move pool. Also learn Sacred Sword. But it's Ghost and Steel. I think that we can just make use of its really strong attack power and not necessarily have to worry about going for stab, right? And this is its ZA pool, so this is also subject to change. Quick question, how's the game ending in Cyberpunk TCG work again? Is it 7 turns long? So, Big V, that's a good question. In the Cyberpunk TCG, at the start of a player's turn, they roll another Gig Dice into play. And if you start your turn with 6 gig dice, then you win. And so that does mean that, you know, if I go into my turn with 5 and then I steal 1 and I go up to 6, my opponent has 1 turn to take a gig away from me, or I will win. Or if I'm at 4 and I manage to steal 2 gig dice and I go up to 6, my opponent has to take 1 or else I'll win. Okay? Then, if all of the gig dice are in play and nobody has won yet, it is sudden death. Whoever steals the next gig to break the stalemate will be the winner. So I guess it does cap the game at potentially 7 turns, yes. Because player 1 rolls the first gig dice into play, they achieve the win condition naturally first. So the person going second has to naturally be more aggressive. It's a bit like chess, right? Where white goes first and they're naturally more aggressive because they get to dictate the opening and the play a lot more. And then black tends to play more reactive openings. Both special attack and physical attack are 140 in sword mode. Okay. Okay. So we get another mixed attacker. Special attack is a bit better coverage variety, but it's probably going to come down to what your team needs more. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Rock slide. Yeah, Shadow Ball. Flash Cannon. Ominous Wind. The user attacks with a gust of horrible wind that makes the target's skin crawl. This may also boost all the user's stats at once. Interesting. I don't know how they build them nowadays, but mostly you definitely just want to max HP out because his base HP is pretty low. Oh, okay. Max out HP investment. The chance of Ominous Wind's Omni Boost is 30%. It's super unreliable. Okay. Yeah, and then you exit shield stance in order to use it, so you don't get to do any kind of cheesy stuff with being in shield form and trying to get a giga boost. Mm-hmm. Now, when it says this move takes some time to carry out, that is a Legend ZA description. Does it mean that Solar Blade is like Solar Beam, where it takes a turn to charge up? If that's the case, if it works like Solar Beam, then we can abuse people trying to set up Sun on us, right? Solar Blade. Sun Synergy. Aegislash is one of the Pokemon I've actually seen use Steel Beam. And I don't know about you, chat, but in my brain, when I think of Steel Beam, I don't think of a beam, like a beam of energy. I think like a beam, like at a construction site. Like use Steel Beam. And Aegislash reaches behind itself. Instead of pulling out a sword, it pulls out a metal beam. Having an option in Nuke Fairy is so nice. Oh yeah, Steel does Nuke Fairy. Steel Beam. Oh, and it's Aegislash with the Steel Beam, like wrestling. I'm gonna be, oh my god, I'm gonna be hooting and hollering when this game comes out. I'm gonna be casting my own games like a wrestling announcer, and it's Aegislash with Steel Beam from the top rope. Hell yeah. Okay, so we've got a lot of cool coverage here for sure. Rock Slide, I haven't been messing around too much with, but we'll have to see. Because again, this is like Legend ZA, and the moves behave a little bit differently. So this might give us an accurate list of the move pool, but I don't know what these moves are supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like Psycho Cut, you know, just having some psychic coverage. We'll see. But this is kind of cool. The stance change thing, the King's Shield, mixed attacker. Overall pretty cool. You know, fulfills a similar role to Lucario, but if Lucario becomes our Mega and we still want to have a nice mixed attacker without that investment, then we just bring Aegislash along. Clawitzer is super cool too. We all love Pistol Shrimp here in the Knighthood. So let's have another look-see here at the boy. Where is he? Clawitzer. There you are. What do you do? What do you do, Mr. Mono Water? Mega Launcher, special attacker. I don't think we actually have any dedicated special attackers on the team yet. Everything we have has been, it can run special or physical, but having a dedicated special attacker, I'm kind of down. Choice specs? I think we finally found our first choice Pokemon. We'll just double down and explode things. Even with specs, your base speed is too low, right? Some bulk. Slow. He's very slow, very hard hitting special attacker. I ran Life Orb on mine. Ooh, Life Orb. Okay. And then Mega Launcher increases the power of Aura and Pulse moves. All right, so let's look at the coverage. So we know we've got Aqua Pulse, right? Water Pulse, there it is. Water Pulse, Aura Sphere. We were kind of already theorizing around this line with Mega Lucario. Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse. Also does learn Flip Turn. So we have like 3 Pulse moves for damage and then Flip Turn to get out of dodge. Or do we run Protect, actually? It would make sense. Wait, no. Life Orb, you still take damage when you Protect, or you can't Protect? With Mega Launcher, Heal Pulse heals your ally for 75% instead of 50%. Life Orb only triggers on damaging moves. Only does recoil when you attack. Okay, yeah. So I think we would run Protect. That way, if it's something that we need to kind of wait and see, rather than just mindlessly clicking on something. Because as a VG noob, I'm not evaluating the spots or the need for Protect. So does Focus Blast get boosted by Mega Launcher? It sounds like it would, but it might specifically just be Aura and Pulse. Yeah, this is a Legends. Oh yeah, that's the Legends ZA list. Scarlet and Violet. Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Heal Pulse, Water Pulse, Aura Sphere. Oh, shout out to Crabhammer. Kingler would actually go really insane. If they add Kingler, I will put him on the team. Good catch, Kennedy. Yo! Got the resub coming in from Lucky Boy. Appreciate you. Get him. Thank you, Lucky Boy. We've also got U-Turn. Which is physical, so Flip Turn is... Wait, is Flip Turn better? Is Flip Turn special? Wait. Sorry, wrong tab. Control F. Yeah, Flip Turn and U-Turn are both physical. It's just chip damage anyway. It's just a matter if you want to run Bug or Water. Water's probably fine. You know, you Flip Turn on an Incineroar, and you get a little bit more damage, right? And yeah, that's right, you get stabbed from Flip Turn. I keep forgetting about that. These little pittance moves, you can squeeze some extra value there. So yeah, we maybe run Flip Turn. Do we need Flip Turn? It probably, yeah. There's a world where we end up in a spot where Clawitzer is in front of something that it really can't deal with, that just resists all of its pulse moves, or just like a special wall Pokemon, where Clawitzer, even with all of its damage, isn't going to do anything. I think you'd rather have another attacking move, just all in on the Life Orb. Don't even worry about moving out of the way, just delete. Don't even look back. Because you would still take damage from the Life Orb if we're running that. Yeah, so running the Protect, U-Turn, Flip Turn is maybe a little bit antithetical to Hyper Beam? Is Hyper Beam Mega Launcher boosted? I hope it is. Protect is fine, but recommended even? No, it isn't. Aw, man. Don't worry, they'll buff it. We'll get confirmation when the game comes out. Clawitzer is going to get buffed specifically because I'm putting it on my squad. They know better. Okay. Life Orb all in. Delete things. I think it's probably Protect, Water, Dark, Aura. Priotect. Protect. Protect. Water, Dark, Aura. So then that gives us Water, Dark, and Fighting coverage, which is just generically good dealing damage against stuff. And we get stabbed from Water Pulse. Ooh, Trick Room. Yeah. Because we had some ideas of... Wait. I don't think we have a Trick Room setter. Weren't we looking at Sableye as a Trick Room setter? But I can't remember if I looked up whether Sableye actually learns Trick Room. Let me refresh my memory. Because we also have Heracross on the squad, which would be a really good Trick Room Pokemon. Actually, no. What I'll do is I'll just look up Trick Room and then just look at the list of Pokemon that learn it. Slowbro. Which I glanced at. Yeah, Girafarig. Which I also glanced at. Audino. Farigiraf is actually low-key goated. Cloudster would be amazing in Trick Room next to Aggron, using Dark Pulse and Water Pulse to deal with ghosts and fire types that threaten Mega Aggron. Okay. Farigiraf, I think did we actually draft it? Is it like way down at the bottom? I think we almost drafted it. We'll keep our eyes out for Farigiraf because it is cool. Now, Farigiraf has Armor Tail, right? Where it negates priority moves. Does that count for Fake Out? Or is Fake Out existing in the fucking Shangri-La where it's a priority move, but it's not? Okay. Okay, we're cooking then. So now we have a Trick Room mode in our draft. We have... Okay, this is so sick, by the way, that just by picking my favorite Pokemon and seeing what they can do, the archetypes are naturally blossoming out from that. That's like half the reason people use it. Okay. So, Trick Room setting. Let me come down here real quick to our draft. We'll copy paste this. All right. Trick Room setters. So we want Farigiraf. Farigarf. Gigarig. Farigiraf. Farigiraf. Slowbro. Who else we got? A handful of these, of course, aren't going to be in ZA, but Mimikyu is on the list. Mimikyu? A lot of the mons you like are kind of slow, so it definitely seems like Trick Room might be your style. And then like a Lucario Bomb in the back for games you can't set it or don't want to. Farigiraf is also an amazing Psychic type attacker and gets Helping Hand. And you know me too, Zendo. You know I like to play, like, my main squeeze, right, is TCGs. And I love to play decks where you have to set up some condition. And then once you achieve that mini goal, your team kicks into overdrive. So Trick Room does seem like that kind of idea where once I get into position and get the Trick Room up, then I just start blowing you to smithereens. I have it sorted by Pokemon that learn Trick Room. This is Pokemon that learn Trick Room by TM, Pokemon that learn... Maybe it's better to look over here in DB. Okay, let's have a closer look at potential Trick Room setters. And the reason that the sprites are weird is I have an inverter for dark mode. Farigiraf, Mimikyu, Sinistcha, Slowbro, Gardevoir, Oranguru. So those are all the confirmed ones that are on the Champions roster for now. Isn't Sinistcha low-key kind of good? Porygon 2 not being in Champions is so sad. Yeah, Eviolite is Sag. So Mimikyu, Sinistcha, Gardevoir, Oranguru. Okay. Sinistcha is very solid. We'll look into it. And so, yeah, then you can branch out like, oh, yeah, this team is like 5 out of 6. Then there's the one. That's what I always love, too, about Pokemon is that there's so much granularity that it's like, man, to bring this team together, I need a special defensive Pokemon with this type that can learn this move, has an ability that does this thing, and through all of the crazy combinations, there's a really high chance that you'll be able to find that perfect Pokemon that brings the team together. Matcha Gotcha is ridiculous. It's a stupid-ass signature move. It does give us some grass type coverage, which we are lacking on our draft. But I've got a lot of steel types, a lot of ghost types. Hisuian Decidueye maybe comes through. Maybe Chestnut comes through for us as well. That's another Pokemon that probably deserves to be drafted. It gets Rage Powder. It's Follow Me, but grass types are immune. Machagacha is AoE Grass Wound that sometimes burns and heals for half the damage dealt to each Pokemon. What? Oh my god. Oh no, Sinistcha? Secretly so goated on the team. Machagacha Trick Room. Oh my god. How many people at the start of the stream, when you joined and you saw that Scarzig was drafting the faves, knew deep down that I was going to end up being a Trick Room gamer? Sinistcha also heals your partner when you swap in. It's an S tier Pokemon. Oh my god. We get to run one of the best Pokemon in the game. Because it actually synergizes with the strange, like, draft we've got going here. I saw Aggron when I came in and I 100% knew. Okay, okay. You all know me better than I know myself. All right, let's see who else is on the list, though. Anybody else that's on our squad? Cool. There's a mode of Showdown for Champions. There's like 15,000 people. I made it top 100 with Sinistcha, so I cannot vouch enough. Awesome. Congrats, Port. And the people who are playing Champions early on Showdown are really, like, skilled, knowledgeable, dedicated players. These aren't just noobs that are going to be getting scooped by a bunch of nonsense. So I know that people are sweating. So good job there. Got to get a switch. So it can be a Sun Gremlin with Hisuian, Typhlosion, Eruptions, and Whimsicott. I've been watching you stream since OG Duelist. How could I not know? Honestly, Simon, I appreciate that continued support. Y'all are amazing. Oh, man. All right, so Sinistcha. I'll do some research specifically into Trick Room teams. It's a green one. It's this thing. I can't spell. Where it's matcha instead of just a pot of tea. And apparently it's insane. Apparently this Pokemon is broken, and chat is telling me to put it on my squad.
White girl
Oh yeah, it'll be nice and refreshing. We have a lot of ghosts too, right? Running Sinistcha and Aegislash, Sableye. Showdowns for everyone, so the people who are trying champions early is just everyone. That is fair. I was like, who's this guy topping the ladder? And I saw on Twitter it's one of the best players of all time. The type of people to go out of their way to use that are not the same people playing champions day one excited to use their Charizard. Apparently Charizard Sun is legit. People are going to be playing Charizard Torkoal Sun teams straight up day one, right? Then you go Mega Y, I think, is better in Sun. Yeah. So that's what Heidi's going to be playing. Mega Y sets up the Sun when it Megas. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty good. Yes, he got a sunburn. I love you, babe. Have fun at work. Charizard equals lame cringe. Typhlosion is cool based. Yeah, didn't Wolfie build a Typhlosion team? And then you just do Eruption and Overheat and you delete stuff? I'm a Hisuian Typhlosion believer. There's a chance that some of these Pokemon get buffed as well, right? If we count champions as a new gen. Fire starter. I did use Blaziken in Gen 3. That was when I really got into using fire starters. Yeah, so we've got a lot of more research to do. So we have a Trick Room idea. Mega Aggron, Heracross as well. With like a Guts, Flame Orb Facade in Trick Room. Really, really bulky. The thing about Charizard is that you can activate Venusaur's ability, Chlorophyll. So you have max bulk Venusaur at 200 speed pressing Sleep Powder. Have you considered Tailwind support on your Dragonite? No, I completely forgot about Tailwind. Tailwind. Need speed support. Because that's going to be the thing that's going to screw me up the most, is I'm going to have to be like, oh, in Tailwind, I'm slower than this thing, or I'm faster than this thing. I have Tailwind on my Gliscor for my Skarmory team. Yeah, I need to look at Tailwind support. So let's see what else. Doesn't Corviknight get Tailwind? I hope it does. Because we've got Corviknight on the squad. Okay, yes. So let me pencil that into my notes then. Corviknight moves. Tailwind. Okay. You don't need Tailwind if you play hard Trick Room. Okay. So that way, we have a roster that can play a Trick Room, a hard Trick Room, and we have some mixed attackers with Lucario and Aegislash. We've got a crazy special attacker with Clawitzer. We can set up Tailwind or Trick Room to maybe give him a little bit of help. Armor Rouge also coming up here. We need some fire coverage, definitely. Palafin, also going to be crazy, right? It's usually teams running Tailwind or Trick Room. It's rare that a team runs both. A lot of teams are Tail Room. Oh my god. Tail Room is like the Galaxy Brain speed control, right? That's like ultimate, I outplay everything. That's where you have the speed of every single Pokemon in the game memorized. Yeah, so Dragonite, Corviknight, Tropius. Oh my god. Everybody wants Tropius to get like a Mega or something. Maybe next DLC. Isn't Talonflame in the game? People are probably going to be running Talonflame to get some Tailwind and some fire coverage. Aw, Cutie Fly. We'll have to see. I know Altaria is also kind of good too. Talonflame gets priority Tailwind? Oh, I forgot about that. Wasn't it like a menace back in the day? Armor Rouge is similar to Clawitzer, where it's a slow special attacker. Just a bomb. It's really hard to read the leads, and Trick Room owns them if they lead Tailwind Hyper Offense. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's a mind game team. Okay. Okay. So Trick Room, I'll have to do more research on Trick Room teams and how they operate. But let's dig a little bit deeper into some of our other draft picks. See what Hawlucha gets up to. Limber, this Pokemon can't be paralyzed. Unburden, his speed is doubled when held item is consumed. And Mold Breaker, the Pokemon's moves are not affected by foes' abilities during battle. Unburden, I know, is a little... Hawlucha also has a Mega. That is true. Let's jump over here and look at how the Mega changes Hawlucha. We don't have confirmation on Mega Hawlucha's ability yet, right? But we can maybe see how its stats shift. Really fast physical attacker. Mega Hawlucha gets some bulk and gets even stronger. Fast physical attacker. Mega gets stronger plus some bulk. And what is your signature move? What is it? Submission? No. Flying Press. User dives down on the target from the sky. This moves is fighting and flying type simultaneously. That's kind of cool. Unburden. Okay, so Unburden, when it loses its held item, like if you get hit by Knockoff, that triggers your Unburden. But typically... Oh, it says when the item is consumed. So Knockoff doesn't trigger Unburden. It has to eat its berry, right? Or some one-time use thing like Mental Herb. Wait a second. Mental Herb negates a stat change? To put it in a simple way, if something is Steel type, Flying Press does neutral damage. It shakes off a move binding effect to move freely, but only once. Oh, no. Knockoff actually does proc Unburden. Because I'm a card game player, the wording here where it says the held item is consumed, like, in a different game, you're thinking of White Herb. Okay, I'm thinking of White Herb, where I can switch Hawlucha into or lead with it, and if my opponent leads Incineroar, it's Intimidate procs my White Herb, and then I destroy their life, right? With a Flying Press, because fighting is super effective against Dark, right? Did you see the leaked abilities for the Legend ZA Megas? No, I've only seen like some of the clickbait YouTube thumbnails, but I haven't actually looked into any of it. Because I know some of them are confirmed, and some of them are just speculation. All right. Ability, Unburden plus White Herb. Anti-Intimidate. So apparently, if the leak is correct, Staraptor gets Contrary. And Contrary, if I remember correctly, is when a user's stats is lowered, it gains them instead. So you get, like, more Anti-Intimidate. I was going to mention them since you got Data Mine when Home Update came out, but I didn't know if you were okay with it. I actually, for those of you who don't know, by the way, I'm a Pokemon TCG caster and host. I actually do work in the regionals in the esports circuit. And so my position working with Pokemon directly means that we do not discuss leaks and things like that directly. If it's just fan speculation, that's totally fine. Speculate all you want, but I'm not going to I don't even have the info, but I'm not going to sit around here and pretend like I know what abilities are going to get. I'm operating under the assumption that a lot of stuff is subject to change before the game actually comes out. And it's so funny that I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I completely forgot. I completely forgot to mention, by the way, I'm a professional Pokemon caster in the Pokemon TCG. So this is also a way for me to maybe learn Pokemon VG and do some work over there as well. We're going to double dip, baby. And it's all thanks to your support. Yeah, we don't know anything. I'm only looking on this certified Pokemon wiki that knows Unburden. We got Rabbit Love Solana. Thank you so much and welcome to Knighthood, Rabbit Love Solana. Appreciate that follow. White Herb plus Close Combat. All right, Close Combat. Oh, and then I can proc it myself. Yeah, because Close Combat negates a stat drop. Oh my god, Port Chica. Yes. Yes. Halucha, get on my squad. I'm so happy to see you. All right, Close Combat. White Herb Synergy. And Flying Press. And what else do you learn, my boy? It's okay, babies. Man, I miss gems. Those things were so good with Unburden. You're never going to get it from the gacha, by the way. Oh my god, the pain. The pain of me having all of these different Pokemon that I want and not getting any of them is going to be so sad. Then Acrobatics, it's double power with no held item. Oh my god. Chat, you're cooking. You're cooking so hard right now. I don't even know half of these moves. Acrobatics. If the user is not holding guided, the attack inflicts massive damage. Enjoy your Zubat and Rattata. Listen, Zubat is somebody's favorite Pokemon. We're going to be seeing Crobat frame 1. Isn't Crobat actually still one of the fastest Pokemon in the game? And personally, I also run Upper Hand. It's a new move. That means if you're targeted by a priority move like Fake Out or Sucker Punch, you not only move first and hit them, but also prevent their move altogether. I transferred from Go 100% Litten without knowing I couldn't evolve in Champions, so I don't own any other game. What? That was something we were speculating about, Simon. Yeah, because if you're transferring Pokemon from Pokemon Go and Pokemon Home, I was like, okay, does the Pokemon just fully evolve? And yeah, that's messed up. Hopefully they fix it so that you can transfer unevolved Pokemon, especially, you know, like shinies and stuff. They're really easy to farm up in Pokemon Go and transfer them over. And then that way you have like an evolved shiny and you can tweak its stats or whatever. Don't worry, they'll add Evo Stone for $4.99. They'll have to do something, right? Because even though not fully evolved isn't a thing in Champions and Eviolite's not a thing, Pikachu is still in the game. Yeah, right now Eviolite is in Champions, but no pre-evolved Pokemon. Really? I thought that there was no Eviolite, and they were just using that as a reason to just say, okay, we aren't doing any pre-evolution anymore. But they did keep Eviolite in the game? That's weird. I guess for the sake of future formats, you might as well have it in there, but that is weird to me because Pikachu is in the game. And somebody earlier said that Eevee has a really high chance of being a not fully evolved Pokemon because it's a mascot, you know? A lot of people are probably going to be under that same thing as well. Of, oh yeah, I have my favorite Pokemon in Go, but I didn't level it up and I want to transfer it over and just level it up in Champions. Or like you can pay victory points to level it. I could definitely see them doing something like that, where you have to pay a chunk of victory points in order to level up the Pokemon. Upper Hand. upper hand. So here's the thing, right? This Halucha that we're cooking right now, having anti-fake out and anti-intimidate, this is anti-Incineroar Halucha. And what's so sick is that they're both wrestlers, and so it makes sense that Halucha would counter Incineroar. I can't believe that me and my community are the smartest Pokemon players of all time, and no one else has ever thought about countering Incineroar with Halucha. We're the first ones to think of this idea, and we're gonna make it work. I have to be faster? Even if they're faster, upper hand moves first, actually? Okay. So we've got upper hand, acrobatics, close combat, flying press. With white herb, unburdened. He's just a quick boy. Surely. Didn't Halucha box Incineroar in its Mega Showcase? No, it was up against Machamp in that video. Because they actually did like a Luchador event in Mexico, I think, to announce Mega Halucha. It was actually so sick. There's also superpower. This user attacks the target with great power and lowers the user's attack and defense stats. Wait, is superpower better than oh, they're the same. This lowers the user's defense and special defense, which is better than using superpower over and over again. Because you can potentially still survive. Okay, yeah. For additional notes, I will write that Focus Sash. So, if your Focus Sash is popped, you're still holding it, so that doesn't trigger Unburden. But we can maybe run Focus Sash and then Mold Breaker. No, if it's popped, you lose it. Oh, wow. The hit has to drop you to 1 HP for the Sash to speed boost. Ooh, I didn't realize that it worked that way. You're thinking Focus Band. Focus Sash works with Unburden. Oh, if you lose half your HP, your Sash is still equipped. So you don't proc Unburden. I can't believe you're going to play Champions. This is awesome. Focus Sash is guaranteed, but only if they OHKO you. Okay, so Focus Sash. Plus Unburden. So we need to have paper stats. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I never realized that Focus Sash was an item that would be consumed. This is kind of fun. And then we have Upper Hand, right? Because you have a Halucha at 1 HP, and your opponent's like, oh, I'm just going to Fake Out, or I'm going to use a Prio move in order to knock out the Halucha. And if I read that they have a Prio move on their team, and I'm not just faster, then I Upper Hand, and they get bodied? Oh, no. We're going to cook. Gilly, come here. Oh, my goodness. It's okay. Mama went to work, but I'm still here. Oh, goodness. Is it playtime? Am I streaming too long? You can't force Unburden with Focus Sash, though, so you sacrifice the immediate Unburden, or you keep it to go with powered up stats at full health. You're as outdated as I am. Just the Halucha idea lets me know not only am I going to learn so much, but the amount of memes is going to be insane. Like, I'm already seeing the clickbait thumbnail where somebody builds a team where every single Pokemon has, like, Upper Hand, Fake Out, Sucker Punch, and it's literally just, like, the mind-reading team where you just outplay your opponent by predicting their moves over and over and over until they die. You guys are catching up on like 20 years of competitive Pokemon in a single stream. Rock, paper, scissors! Okay, Zendo, I'm going to allow that. That is a very good pun. Thank you. Okay. Like, every time we dig into a Pokemon and start cooking, like, I get more and more and more excited. Like, with the Sableye. When we were doing Sableye, I was like, wait a minute, we can use Prankster Weather Setting to troll our opponents. And Prankster Pain Split. They aren't ready for what we're bringing to the table, chat. Everybody's gonna show up with their team that they got off of, like... Oh, don't worry. I'm the we're gonna skip Hisui and Decidueye right quick because I wanna move into Corviknight real quick. I wanna see what Corviknight can do alongside Tailwind for support. Did you put Prankster Will-O-Wisp for Sableye? No, I wasn't sure about Prankster Will-O-Wisp because I was worried that Will-O-Wisp's accuracy was too low. But let me put it in the additional notes because it could be an important aspect of the team. Because it's still a thing where Will-O-Wisp, when a user is burned, their attack is lowered. Prankster Will-O-Wisp. So Corviknight has mirror armor for its ability that reflects stat lowering. Oh my god. I'm a god that my natural instincts allow me to counter Incineroar. Let me go see what they're whining about. Maybe somebody like left a package and they're like, well, you got to investigate. Once they get like this, they aren't going to leave me alone until I come investigate. All right, show me. Show me. All right. The coast is clear. All right. My all-time favorite Pokemon is Pidgey, so Corviknight looks so rad to me. Mirror Armor is amazing, but it's worth considering champions is reducing moves max max power point, so pressure might be worth it. Oh, yeah. So let me write that down. So Mirror Armor reflects stat lowering abilities. So if Mirror Armor reflects Intimidate, does it only reflect back to Incineroar? Or does it reflect the AoE of Intimidate back onto both opponents' Pokemon? Okay. And it doesn't protect the partner. It only protects Corviknight itself. Gotcha. And does this also reflect stat drops that are attached to an attacking move? That are like on a percentage chance? Like if they hit me with Icy Wind and I take the ice damage and then the speed drop, I take the ice damage within the speed drop, they take it instead. Okay, that's tight. That's tight. And these sort of questions, these clarifying questions is also a very card game player thing to understand how abilities and like different things resolve. And then pressure, also important to note. Pressure doubles BP usage by enemy. And this is just while it's on the field. Oh, no. It says this Pokemon is hit by a move. So the move has to be used on Corviknight. I thought it worked the other way, that it was just a thing that happened passively while it was in play. That's still really good, though. Because there are certain moves that are just... And so it has to be an attacking move, right? Like, I can't pressure their protect and stuff like that. Corviknight can also use reflect and light screen, so it could be an extreme setter. Okay. I'll put that in the notes. Extreme setup, Mon. Tailwind, reflect, light screen, and some kind of support move or an attack. What other support moves would it get? Metal Sound? Is Metal Sound AoE? That's unfortunate. Roost? Oh my god. Corviknight also gets Iron Defense Body Press. Taunt is kind of lit too. I haven't thought about Taunt. That's actually huge. And Taunt has priority. Yeah, so Corviknight looks like it could be a pure support, which I kind of need. Like, Sableye is definitely there for some support, but Corviknight being a Tailwind support and just being kind of bulky, having mirror armor, where whenever I predict that an Incineroar or something is coming back into the field, I just bring Corviknight back in. Hear me out. We swagger our own King Shield Aegislash while it's holding a Lumberry. Lumberry cures the confusion from swagger. When you use a move like that, it doesn't break your shield form, right? It's only when you attack. So if you King Shield and then swagger, Taunt does not have prio, by the way. You're just thinking of the evil prankster goblins. Really? Oh, that's unfortunate. So if I go for Taunt, they could still get off their move before I land the Taunt. Brave Bird is interesting. Like, if I'm so bulky, the recoil damage doesn't matter too much, right? Corviknight also gets Spite, which reduces the PP of the last move the enemy used, so that pressure plus on champions could be devastating. I'll put that in the additional notes. Pressure plus Spite. Stonks with PP reduction in champions. This will... Oh, it's boosted, not reduced. I'll put changes. Some moves were reduced and some were increased, right? It was just for the initial trailers. Oh, interesting. So we aren't entirely sure about how the power points are going to stack out aside from the demo. We'll see. Corviknight's also a flying type Pokemon, so he can also be a support next to an EQ user. Steel Wing. That's just thematic. Fake Tears. And what were y'all saying? The Iron Defense plus what again? Iron defense body press. Thank you. I keep getting body press and heavy slam mixed up. Yeah, because it learns heavy slam. But body press deals more damage the higher the user's defense. It's funny because there's body press, heavy slam, and also body slam. Now we just need a move called heavy press, and I'll never be able to keep them all straight in my head. Also gets defog. Strong wind blows away the target's barriers such as reflector light screen. There's also hard press. Oh my god, defog's better for singles. Okay. I thought that, isn't there a move that like resets stat changes? I think I'm getting defog mixed up with haze. Is it haze that does that? Yeah, I'm getting defog mixed up with haze. Wait, you're a bird. You learn whirlwind, right? There's probably some shenanigans we can do with whirlwind. What? Bruh. Corviknight doesn't learn whirlwind? Ayah. All right. I'll put that in support ticket. I'll make sure they add that before the game comes out. Don't you worry, chat. Defog removes screens and entry hazards like spikes and stealth rocks. Yes, we don't want defog. I'm going to put that in the additional notes. No whirlwind. Cringe. I was thinking like having whirlwind like just lets me say, I'm setting up my screens, I'm doing my thing, I don't like that Pokemon, get out of here. Or I have a support mon that's also anti-setup. You know, like if they hit Dragon Dance, I am maybe tanky enough to take one and then whirlwind it out and say, no, get out of here. That's unfortunate. I do have U-turn as well. Where we can switch out. Maybe it gets roar. Yeah, maybe. No, it's seeing it over here on the side. Let's double check real quick. Corviknight. Hurricane? No, that's not the right move. Corviknight learns Nasty Plot? My god. Yeah. I was really hoping that with Whirlwind, it would be kind of hard to use a Pokemon that doesn't really have any moves that attack and it's pure support. But we can't have everything. We aren't necessarily... Steel Beam. Steel Beam. Yo, what's up, Moderately Chill? Oh, I forgot we had the shop tickets still active. We're still programming them in, but we can go visit the shop real quick. Extreme speed where? I don't think Corviknight we get extreme speed, right? It's Corviknight with the Steel Beam. And it's so tanky. Maybe we can get away with Steel Beam. Well, that just means you all have to keep using your slime charms. In a baby tournament, at one point, I had a pure support Squirtle with Fake Out, Rapid Spin, Life Dew, and Yawn. How do I buy the feather? It's a channel points reward that we programmed in. Yeah. And then you can buy the feather. And there's an animation and everything. It took us a while to build that back in the day. And thank you for summoning more friendly slimes. But yeah, that's just Corviknight. And we'll have to figure out, like, held items and stuff down the road, because that's one thing that I really have no, idea what to do with. Is there, like, a held item that increases your weight even further? Where I can literally give a, Corviknight usually runs, like, leftovers. Hang on. What? Is that not connected? The Harpy Feather didn't work. Hang on. That's weird. The model changed, but the swap over animation didn't change. Hang on a second. No, I'll trigger it. I wonder why that didn't work. That's fascinating. Huh, I wonder why that's not connected. Let me try to reconnect it. That's Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's not doing the swap over. Maybe it's broken, so I don't have it set up in the shop. Maybe, yeah, it works for the main scene. That's why. No, sorry about that. That's why. I had it set up improperly, so use items aren't triggering in the shop. I'll have to fix that eventually. But I appreciate you moderately chill. No refunds. I am very sad that we don't get Whirlwind, though, on this Pokemon. Maybe they'll add it. However else, while I make points for story time again, you'll earn them, trust me. I believe in you. Alright, so next Pokemon on the list is Armarouge, Fire Psychic. Leftovers, Rocky Helmet if you want chip damage when it hits you, Iron Ball for increasing weight but less speed. Alright, I'll put that in my additional notes. Leftovers. Rocky Helmet. And Iron Ball equals weight equals body press. No, it's heavy. No, it's heavy. What the hell is that move called where it deals more damage based on weight? It's like heavy something. Heavy slam, pardon me. I'm going to be getting body press and heavy slam and all of those mixed up for the rest of time. So y'all told me that Armarouge is just a slow special attacker. Slow-ish. Good defense. Special attacker. Alright, so what's your ability? Flash Fire. Activates when user hits by a fire type move. Immune to fire type attacks. Weak armor. When hit by an attack, this Pokemon defense is lowered by 1 stage, but speed is increased by 2 stages. Armarouge is Psy Spam, the Pokemon. I did hear about that. Where you set up Psychic Terrain and then your... What's the move? Is it Psy Shock? No, I forget the name of the move that becomes an AoE. Expanding Force. Thank you. Yeah. When the ground is Psychic Terrain, this move's power is boosted and it damages all opposing Pokemon. Okay. Expanding Force. Are we still running? It's only in DD that sets up Psychic Terrain, right? We don't have anything else that sets up Psychic Terrain. At the moment, no, but Mega Meowstic might. And what's interesting is I could run Expanding Force and take advantage of my opponent setting up Psychic Terrain as well. I can just have Armarouge, and I can just run other moves, and if they ever set up Psychic Terrain, then I can just Expanding Force them back. This user shoots its own armor out as a blazing projectile. Lowers the user's defense and special defense. Oh, so it's like close combat. It hits like a truck. Okay. Armor Cannon. Stat drops. White Herb. Could be a Life Orb angle, like we were doing with Clawitzer. The Flash Fire is such a cool idea to me. Where if I'm able to predict a fire move or something, then I just show up. Also great to just run into Sun teams, where I bring Armarouge and they set up the Sun and it makes all my stuff super powerful as well. Armarouge also gets Trick Room. You don't say. Yeah, okay. Trick Room Setter. That's really good, too. You don't want to run a team with only one Pokemon that knows Trick Room, because you get bodied. Weather Ball. Weather Ball is probably not that useful, because if the sun is up, my opponent's most likely having a bunch of fire Pokemon. If the rain is up, my opponent most likely has a bunch of water-type Pokemon. And if snow is up, my opponent most likely has a lot of ice-type Pokemon. So then using Weather Ball into those ideas probably isn't the best anyway. Heat Wave. Weather Ball is just worse Armor Cannon? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Heat Wave. These are attacks by exhaling hot breath. on opposing Pokemon. So this is AoE? Ooh, I like that a lot. Heat Wave. AoE. And you didn't see anything. So if I use like Helping Hand on an AoE move, then it also boosts it on both Pokemon, right? Something, you know, some sort of support or boosting effect. I wonder... Weak fire move. If we can teach a really, really weak fire move to a support Pokemon to try to use to proc Flash Fire, could be really hilarious. Keep in mind in doubles that AoE gets a flat 20%, if I remember correctly, damage reduction. Okay, but like if my opponent only has one Pokemon left alive, I mean, not knocked out, then the final Pokemon would take the full brunt. Energy Ball is interesting. Grass coverage. Somebody will send out, you know, like a rock type or something to resist the fire, and then I hit them with Energy Ball. There's also Power Herb Meteor Beam angle. Oh, so Power Herb, you consume it, and it makes so you don't have to charge up an attack, and you just use it immediately. And we could also run this with Solar Beam, right? And with Meteor Beam, you get the +1 special attack. Oh, We could also do this with Solar Beam. If the sun is up and I Solar Beam, will I just not activate my Power Herb because it's already having its timing reduced by the sun? I wonder how that works. Yeah, so then I feel like we might have some sort of anti-sun angle. Sun plus anti-sun angle. Because my opponent puts up the sun, you know, I'm just going to show up and be like, Meteor Beam. Rock? Wait, no. Fire resists rock? No, rock is... God, I can't remember the type chart. Rock is super effective into fire. Yeah, fire is weak to rock. I was trying to remember, because fire is weak to rock and is weak to ground. So, I have like an anti-sun Pokemon where they set up the sun and I Meteor Beam. It just one-shot whatever their fire Pokemon they're trying to use. I have Flash Fire to counter. Okay, so we've got a sun anti-sun angle with Armor Rouge on the squad. Scorching Sands is ground type that might also burn. Interesting. Very interesting. Scorching Sands. It is a ghost, kinda, sort of, with Ceruledge. It gets Destiny Bond. That's cute. Focus Blast. I returned. Dang, I missed building Armor Rouge. No, we're still going. Calm Mind? Because it also learns Trick Room. Shadow Ball? Armor Rouge gets Wide Guard. The user and its allies are protected from wide-ranging attacks for 1 turn. So Wide Guard, I can cast it and then I don't take AoE damage, or I can have Armor Rouge Wide Guard to protect itself from Earthquake. That kind of stuff. And is it only damaging AoE moves, or other, like, AoE status moves could also be protected by Wide Guard? I'm trying to think of an AoE status move. I can't think of an AoE status move, but like if I Wide Guard, well, switches happen first, right? It depends on speed. So if it's in Trick Room, so my Armor Rouge is like fast, and I set up Wide Guard, and my opponent switches into Incineroar, does the Wide Guard stop the Intimidate? Yeah, Surf, Rock Slide. Abilities don't count as moves. Okay. The main benefit of Wide Guard is that you can spam it, unlike Protect. Yeah, if there's a team that's specifically built around, like, yeah, Psy Spam, or even Heat Wave, right? Like, if it's a Sun team, if Sun is just really popular that day, then we can Wide Guard to not take AoE damage from Heat Wave, or isn't Eruption AoE? Blizzard, etc. Okay. Wide Guard. Anti-AoE move. Rare. So is Water Spout. Yeah, so there are some interesting AoE. So we've got anti-sun, anti-Psy spam. I remember there was a Mon that we were looking at earlier that could learn Ice Spinner. I think it was Dragonite. Yeah, Dragonite can learn Ice Spinner, which would also break Psychic Terrain. Fascinating. It also learns Screens. Okay. Man, we still have so many Pokemon to go over. Okay, Ceruledge next. What do you learn? It still has Flash Fire, same abilities, Flash Fire and Weak Armor. Except rather than Fire and Psychic, you're Fire and Ghost. And Ceruledge is a physical attacker, I imagine? Yes. But def. Plus attack. Yeah, I gotta remember to fix this. Thanks again, Kennedy. And then Ceruledge. Shadow Claw. Flame Charge. Stab increases speed. I wonder. See, it's probably not worth it. It seems a bit weak to go for Flame Charge. Bitter Blade. That's what I want. Bitter Blade. It gets one of the better ghost stabs in Poltergeist. Poltergeist is physical? The user attacks by controlling the target's item. The move fails if the target isn't holding an item. Interesting. I do like that. That makes Saraledge a really good aggressive lead before a lot of items are potentially spent. Okay. Biz Ghost. User must have item. There's also Solar Blade, which we kind of looked at earlier. And this is the bad curse because it's a ghost type where it halves its own HP to curse an enemy. Oh, hey. Thank you. Night Slash. Flare Blitz. Phantom Force. The move hits even if the target protects itself? Ooh. Hang on. That's cool. Phantom Force. Gets Will-O-Wisp and Swords Dance. Ghost and Dark are usually bad offensive types to run together since they're super effective on similar things. Very true. Very true, Kennedy. I'll put that in my additional notes. Don't mix Ghost and Dark. Generally. Phantom Force is a 2-turn move like Fly. Oh! I didn't realize. The user vanishes somewhere, then strikes on the next turn. I didn't realize that. Good call out. Good call out. Beats Protect, but 2-turn move. Also gets Helping Hand. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, so then our move pool is like Bitter Blade, Poltergeist. Will-O-Wisp and Swords Dance is kind of interesting. If our opponent's out of position, we can set up the Swords Dance. We also need to keep in mind of putting Protect on certain Pokemon. Or if we have a support Mon that can redirect, maybe Saraledge sets up a Swords Dance and can really maul somebody with Bitter Blade Poltergeist. Okay. All right, so Palafin. This is another Pokemon that has like a weird form change. You have to send it out, then switch it, and then when it switches back in, it's in its hero form. And the hero form is just... It has monstrous stats, right? You lose some tempo by swapping it back and forth. And we just teach this boy Flip Turn. Become hero. Flip Turn. Jet Punch. For Prio. Now it says this move always goes first. But this is it like Extreme Speed? Where it has double boosted priority? But it still gets mauled by Fake Out, I imagine. It's just slightly stronger Aqua Jet. Okay. We've also got Wave Crash. I'm assuming that Palafin is a physical attacker. Hero form. Yep. Oh my god. That's a big number. Wave Crash gives us recoil. We could maybe run Liquidation instead for slightly less base power. Palafin usually just runs Water Stab and Close Combat with Mystic Water. Is Mystic Water just a held item to boost water type moves? Yeah, it raises the power of water type moves by 20%. My god. Mystic Water for a 20% boost. Fast and Paunch. Waterfall. 80 base power. Flinch, chance to flinch. What does Liquidation do again? It was like 75 base power. I don't know if we're actually going to be allowed to learn Waterfall. Or am I like overthinking it where like some moves that are HMs are just going to be in the game and that's that? Liquidation is 85 base power and may lower the target's defense. Okay, Liquidation. Palafin is the definition of simple but effective. Hits hard, gets KO. Doesn't need much else. True. Okay. Next up is Tinkaton. So, for those of you who are familiar with the lore, Poppy is my favorite champion in League of Legends. So, small, little guy with big hammer. That's how we do it. So let's see. What does Tinkaton do? Fairy Steel. Waterfall hasn't been in HM since Gen 8. Wait, since Gen 7. I'm so old. I am so old, Kennedy. I can't even believe you. HMs haven't existed since Gen 7. I know that they were eventually changed around. Because everybody had to have that one Pokemon on the team that learns, like, Strength and Surf and everything to get around. It was, like, mad annoying. Fairy Steel. So Fairy Steel is, like, crazy defensive typing, right? We resist everything. Let's see, we take damage from fire. We take damage from rock. No, ground type. And that's it. Struggles into fire. Noted. All right. Own tempo. Pokemon can't be confused. Pickpocket. Can steal an item. And then just Mold Breaker. Sure. It hits. It doesn't care. Pickpocket is very cute. Oh, wait a minute. How does pickpocket work? If my opponent's holding a focus sash and I hit it, do I pickpocket the focus sash and then they die? And then Tinkaton has a focus sash and I get to use it. Mold Breaker just makes it so you can fake out through Armor Tail. Yeah. And it says when a Pokemon makes physical contact with the Pokemon. So does that mean that I'll also pickpocket if Tinkaton is attacked? Pickpocket's usually bad since you need to not have an item to use it. That's what I'm thinking. It's really hilarious. Or like if Tinkaton gets hit with a knockoff and then I can pickpocket. I'm gonna write it down. Pickpocket is troll, but low-key good. Trust. It's also only when you get attacked. Oh, really? Never mind. I thought that when you attacked something, you would pickpocket them. Never mind. I thought it worked both ways. I was like, damn, that's actually super strong. Magician is when you attack. Okay. Damn. All right. Gigaton Hammer. Does he know? Everybody's in the chat like, does he know? That is, I do tend to do that. I do tend to misinterpret the way that abilities work and think that they're way better than they are. Which is why I always tend to ask clarifying questions. Where I'm like, ooh, can I pickpocket a focus sash? In exchange for not writing an item, I feel like that's super insane. But anyway. Gigaton Hammer, another button that's just super funny to hit. If you get encored with Gigaton Hammer, then you would just start to struggle. If you're forced to use a move that cannot be used, then your Pokemon will struggle instead. Similarly, like if your Pokemon doesn't have any attacking moves and it gets taunted, because all of the moves it has become invalid, it will struggle instead. Gigaton Hammer is weird in that if you get encored, it bypasses the CD. Oh my god, Kennedy. These insane I thought I was smart. I thought I knew how it worked. Anti-encore tech. Gotta write that in the notes. Play rough, of course. Hang on, let me look at Tinkaton's stats. A lot of special defense, well-rounded. And Tinkaton gets Fake Out. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so it can go through Armor Tail with Mold Breaker. Just get that chip damage and I like it. Can you encore yourself? That's a good question. I don't think it works, right? No, no. Mold Breaker ignores abilities. Whatever the item is, regional use one attack. Oh, you're thinking, like Choice Scarf and Choice Band. So you can target an enemy, an ally with Encore. So I can go Gigaton Hammer, and then Encore the Gigaton Hammer, and then Tingaton will continue to attack that same spot with Gigaton Hammer. Yeah, choice items would make struggle happen. The user turns the target's strength against it. The higher the user's attack stat, the greater the damage this move inflicts. Foul play. Interesting. Yeah, Helping Hand is also here. Where you Gigaton Hammer, on your off turn you do a support thing. And Fake Out. Hang on. This attack hits first, makes target flinch. It only works on the first turn each time the user enters battle. Right. Yeah, so when you come into play, you have to use Fake Out. Oops. Knock off. You don't have to, but it's usually good to. Exactly, right? Like, if your opponent's going to predict the Fake Out, and maybe they're going to switch in a Ghost type or something, then you just go for Gigaton Hammer. Also get Screens, Thunder Wave. Very interesting. Steel Beam. That still cracks me up for no reason. Feint. This attack can hit a target using a move such as Protect or Detect. This move also lifts the effects of those moves. Ice Hammer. Neat. Ice Hammer. Well, actually, we don't really care about Ice Hammer because we have Play Rough to kill dragons. Brick Break for anti-screen. Baby Doll Eyes. Priority attack stat lowering. That's really funny. Draining Kiss is actually kind of interesting. If I go for a more supporting build, I can use Draining Kiss to keep healing myself. and then put out more shenanigans with like Thunderwave and stuff. As I mentioned earlier, Thunderwave is also really nice. Paralysis, have speed, so it's kind of a form of speed control. Yeah. That is very true. I do need to think more about Thunderwave. Yeah, so Tinkaton can be a sort of pseudo support, like a half support, or we go full support. Fake Out, Play Rough, Gigaton Hammer, Thunderwave. Fake Out, Helping Hand, Thunderwave, Gigaton Hammer. Depending on what other fairy coverage we have. Half support that bonks the opponent every other turn. I like it. I really do. It makes you a little predictable, perhaps, but then you can bully your opponent by them trying to predict you. Where you went, oh, they went for Gigaton Hammer. They're gonna Thunderwave now, and then you just switch you switch out into Palafin. Fake Tears is nice too. Really, Fake Tears. That's lowers special defense. Partially lowers special defense. And then we set up Tinkaton. Instead of Helping Hand, Fake Tears, we can take advantage of more generically. Because the enemy's special defense is just going to be harshly dropped, and so they're just going to die if they don't swap out, right? Very, very cool. Wow. This is damn cool. We've got a lot of options here. Now we just have to get lucky with the recruitment ranch to make sure that the Pokemon that we get offered are actually going to be on the squad. I should sleep soon. Is getting to 3 a.m. I'm actually about to end the stream soon as well, Kennedy. I'm super duper hungry. I need some brain food after this amazing cook session. It made me hungry the way we're chefing it up in here. So I've got to give a shout out to everybody that has extensive VG knowledge for helping me out, pointing me in the right direction about what Pokemon are kind of known to do, what their move pools are looking like, combined with my own instincts and memes about what I want. Check out a build Zubat, since that's what you're getting. Would they give me a Crobat? I ran Crobat in Gen 2. What's your ability? Infiltrator. The protections and stat boosts caused by the move Substitute, Reflect, Light Screen, and Escape Safeguard by the opponent are ignored. Okay. What are your stats? I know that you're strong, you're fast, right? Uh-oh. It doesn't have a stat wheel. Nobody knows what this Pokemon does. Inner Focus is better because it stops Intimidate as of Gen 9. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Inner Focus, Crobat. X and Y. Oh my god. Crobat hasn't been... We know that Zubat is in Legend ZA though. Hang on. Let's jump over to Pokemon DB. They might have better listing of things. So we run Inner Focus, so we can't be intimidated. We've got monstrous speed and attack power. Surprisingly well-rounded Pokemon. Gets Brave Bird. Poison Fang has like a 30% chance to poison or something, right? 50% chance of badly poisoning the target. Interesting. And poison is super effective into fairy. So having poison coverage is actually kind of lit. Oh, and it learns Tailwind? Yeah. I'm telling you, like, some of these Mons, I think it gets Tailwind. No! It doesn't get Tailwind! Oh my god, what? Brutal! Pokemon Champions has to give Crobat Tailwind. There's no shot. Tailwind isn't in ZA. Oh, that's why. So it's hard. We don't know for sure. This is just the Legend ZA. Yeah. That is true. It might be accurate. It might not be. Oh, man. Go to Gen 8. Tailwind. I can't spell. Tailwind. Okay, yeah. It gets Tailwind. Okay, you're right, Kennedy. I'm, like, not looking at the databases correctly. It wasn't Sword and Shield, apparently. Tailwind, Poison Fang. We might not use Brave Bird, but it might just be like Air Slash or something. What's Cross Poison do? Deals damage, has a 10% chance of poisoning the target, has a higher critical hit ratio. Okay. I kind of like the Poison Fang. 50% chance to badly poison the target. Because that's Toxic Poison, where every time it procs, it deals more and more stacking damage. Says that it can get Brave Bird. Okay, that's exciting. So even if we get some duds, we're going to be cooking with them. You could be hard support, like Poison Fang, Tailwind, Confuse Ray, Protect. Confuse Ray. Oh, that's dirty. I mean, Confuse Ray is more effective than you would think. Right? A player doesn't want to take the risk of getting hit in confusion. So they would swap out the Pokemon, and you could try to outplay them swapping. Toxic plus Venom Drench. I don't even know what that does. Venom Drench. If the target is poisoned, Venom Drench lowers attack, special attack, and speed. Ooh. That is kind of cool. So there's some possibilities there. Again, this document is just my first round draft picks. Like, these Pokemon I'm going to be really hoping to snag. I might do, like, a priority list of, like, oh, yeah, we definitely want Tinkaton, like Lucario, Sui and Samurott, Aegislash, Clawitzer, Armarouge, some of the attackers. Halucha seems really fun. Hopefully we don't get a bunch of our faves all in one roulette and we have to make super hard choices. I want to see too, let me know as well if you would like to see what it's like to play full free-to-play. Rather than just me buying like the starter pack, you get like 30 recruit tickets so you can fill up your box immediately. I definitely will. They're gonna cook me. I'll have to make a really hard choice between like Raichu and something else. I mean, I'm going to be free to play, but I own other Pokemon games. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to transfer anything from home. So, I have to recruit everything. That's what's going to make this so funny. These are the Pokemon that I kind of want on the squad, but I'm going to end up with some other random things, too. But now that I know that, like, Farigiraf and Sinistcha are just solid picks, I can build around those and just go for Trick Room. The tutorials are going to give victory points. You should be able to buy stuff. Yeah, I'm not worried. If the tutorial only gives you enough points for 6 Mons, because you can only recruit once per day, and then you have to pay extra in order to get another recruit roll. So I'm curious if there's going to be a batch of Pokemon that are always available, or the replica teams, I think they're called, rather than rental teams where there's just teams you can use, where the game will have a few of those all ready for you to get your footing and just play some decent-ish teams. But we'll have to find out as we get closer to launch. But I'm going to let y'all go so that I can go get some food. And I'll be back at it again on Saturday. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be doing on Saturday. Probably playing Pokemon TCG finally. But maybe some more learning about Pokemon Champions will be exciting. Especially if we get more information between now and then. I wonder if rental teams will be borrowable. Like, I can just build you a team and you can rob it. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work. Like, maybe you have to use victory points, and then you can use the team for a limited amount of time, or X amount of times. But I'll have to do some more research, because I don't think the early demo that the content creators went to and played, I don't think that they were able to use the replica teams. That feature, like, wasn't activated. Yeah, it'll work out either way. I'm not worried. I'm intentionally going to be trying to go into the game as, you know, basically the target audience in a way. Where Pokemon Champions, not only is it an all-in-one client for competitive VG, it's also a jumping on point for players who never got into the game because of the barrier of entry being so ridiculous to build an actual meta team. You know what I mean? So theoretically, I would be one of those players that has been curious about the mode, but hasn't played it before. What's my experience going to be like? I'm looking forward to helping you learn more. I'm excited as well, Kennedy. Because it's not just about having good mons and a good team. It's also knowing how your team comes together, predicting what the opponent's doing, learning your opponent's Pokemon, right? Because I'm only going to know about what my Pokemon do. My opponent's going to send out a Gyarados. I'm going to be like, wait, how fast is Gyarados? Do I outspeed this thing? So we're going to be getting blown out of the water day one by a bunch of hilarious stuff. And I'm also going to be doing nonsense to my opponent with Thunder, because they're going to be like, I'm a rain team. I mean, if you ask me, TCG is too complicated for me. And that's what's so interesting about it, right? Like, I've spent so much time learning VG, I can't even figure out the TCG. And then there's other people who are like, VG seems way too complicated, I like the TCG better. And there's other people who are like, no, VG is easy, or TCG for babies. It is fascinating. But at the end of the day, you know, trading card games are also strategy games, and VG is also a strategy game. So hopefully, you know, I have some strategy still left here in my brain. And with Twitch chat by my side, I certainly will go undefeated with Tailwind, Corviknight, or whatever the hell we end up getting day one. Pocket's more than enough for me. If you catch me streaming Pokemon TCG, I'll also try to help and explain as best I can while I'm doing that. But until next time, peace out. I'll be banning any helpers on April 8th. Oh my god, no backseating. I just have to get crit and predicted and destroyed all of my own. The mental anguish.